What?
Is me saying gnarly funny to you?
Well, yeah.
Hey, I say
I'm pretty.
gnarly at work. It's great.
I'm pretty ready as well.
Cool.
Also, gnarly is a funny word, so yes, it's funny.
Whoa.
I say it at
You're
work.
not
I
being
say it
too
to like
tubular. Fuck. I'm not
post
funny.
concierges that work at like hospital front, that work at like hotel front desk.
Yeah.
Walk into like work in like a 5-star hospital. Go to leave, talking to the head maintenance guy or the concierge as I'm beginning to leave, and it's like, as long as you're happy, yeah, I'm happy. Cool, gnarly. See ya. Guy's working at a 5-star hotel and has someone like me turn up to do work. It's great.
I have to go back and edit all the pages of my comic.
Why?
I'm making them look better. I'm making all the raccoon fur be a shade of white, so it doesn't match with the background so much, and I'm coloring in their markings.
Fair enough.
Raccoon, fur and fur and hair. That way it looks just that much better.
Cool. If we're all basically ready, would someone like to do a recap?
Yeah, I can do one if you would like.
Go for it.
So
Almost suggest that I for me.
last time on Unwatered, the biker legacy, we all got together. We're like, got to the town, paid our way in, and then they I left my fucking sink on. I can hear it. We paid our way in. Biker gang was like, "Yo, you guys look tough. You want to do a job for us?" And we were like, "Sure." So then we went to the place and we were told to steal. And we were like, "You know what? That's fine. That's cool." We walked in, tried to steal it, got caught, blew the place up, walked out.
Someone blew the place up.
We blew the place up. We're communism here. Okay,
Are you
fine.
communism?
Okay, fine.
The Union.
Didn't. Yeah, exactly. The Union blew the place up, and then we borrowed some motorbikes we found. We flew off, and no one almost fell to their death. But
Because somebody launched them off another motorbike, yeah.
You weren't launch. It was just a nosedive, and then you fell. You were told to hold on. You were told to hold on, and you didn't. You can't fault me for your mistake of not holding on. I remember correctly, the DM said, "You have a hero point," and you said, "I want to see how this goes." And
didn't you use the hero point in the end and it turned out worse?
No, he didn't. No, Jess didn't use a hero point at all. Jess said, "I want to see how this goes."
No. Well.
I kept this
what are you doing?
in my head in case of the recap.
What am I doing?
Yeah, what are you doing?
It's being picked up on the microphone.
It's being picked up in my ears.
Oh, I'm scratching some of the dirt off my desk with a knife.
But yeah, point is this is a very valid point too. I want to make.
what is wrong with you? Why are you
It's your fault. Anyway,
making horrible noises?
we then
Not
go
horrible
to the topless mermaid, and we entered the place, and that's where the session ended.
Pretty much, yeah.
Did
I mean, there
miss
were a few
anything?
anachronisms, mostly about many of the party members nearly dying.
No one almost died.
The two pets would beg to differ.
Yeah, you
And probably
definitely
Ramona would also
endangered.
beg to differ.
You definitely endangered the whole party multiple times, but it's fine.
I
Give you? Question mark.
Hey, that's down to you to decide, not me. You can stab each other to death right here and now, and I'll just rewrite something else.
don't think Fable did that. I think
Fable almost certainly endangered most of the party, but
That was the fun part.
yeah, that was the fun part.
God.
You can't. I think. I think everyone's missing the fun part. Don't you, Gabby? I think.
Yes.
Thank
No.
you.
yes, almost dying is certainly the fun part.
I agree.
Thank you. I'm
So,
glad
yeah.
I have someone on my side. Someone I can trust.
So yes, we re-begin as the doors to the topless mermaid swing wide open, and you're all of a sudden greeted with what looks like a waiting room. On the other side of the room, there is a little isolated desk, and behind the isolated desk is a woman dressed in casual attire. She seems to be a human, weirdly enough, for down here. With a couple... I have no idea how to pronounce the name of these creatures. There are a couple tall, well-built, six-eyed, furred, gorilla-sized people sat on a sofa by a table with a stack of magazines on it, one of whom is reading a magazine, the other of whom seems to be cleaning some sort of rifle. The woman at the desk, as you enter, the woman at the desk opens with a smile and says, "Ah, hello there."
Hello.
Hello, how can I help you?
We're dropping off. I think I'm gonna look at Kane for guidance in the criminal underworld.
Yeah. I just nod and say, we're looking for someone that's with the flying murloc.
Oh, you're probably looking for the captain, yes. He is
Yes.
back here. I assume this is your guys' first time here?
That's correct.
Lovely. Let me just... Obviously, I have to do this for all first-timers, but let me explain the ground rules. She points to a board that has text on it above her head. It is in Merfolk and Common. And she sort of points at it and says, "Rule 1, no touching staff without explicit verbal consent."
As that rule is being said, Fable is touching something, like the walls, the pictures, statues, just trying to feel their texture, get a better look
The
at them.
walls have a soft wallpaper on them.
All right. Is there anything that looks like I shouldn't be touching, but looks interesting?
I mean, in this waiting room, there's not really anything. There are a couple potted plants, there are a couple of statues, but they all look very sturdy. There's some
Cool.
reading material on the desk next to one of these creatures.
Oh yeah, I'll be reading.
It is some boring magazine. that talks about that's just tabloid garbage. And she
Interesting.
points further down the board, and the floors are sanded and waxed regularly. Boots are not required. Boots are actually a no-go in here.
Weird.
Interesting, actually.
Security are allowed to remove you at any time. We will, if any difficulties arrange between you and the staff, we shall take the staff side.
Understandable.
All of your equipment is to be put in a locker in the changing room and the keys handed to me.
All right.
Any drinks ordered at the bar are added to a tab that you pay upon leaving. And there shall be no weapons on the main floor. The changing room is over there. She points to her right. And the staff area is over there, but you're not allowed over there. And then she points to her left to a sign that says staff only with a little bead curtain in it. Please go into the changing room, get ready, and come out with a key to your locker when you have one.
Okay.
Thanks, I
Everyone
guess.
understood? Any questions?
What's in the place we're not supposed to go? The employee section.
It's just the staff area, nothing particularly interesting. It's where the staff keep their equipment and
Avoid customers.
avoid customers when they're on their breaks.
Oh. I'm gonna
That
cast.
all is very scary.
Can I cast Detect Magic? I mean, I'm not trying to be stealthy about it. I just want to make the dings go off. I want to.
Sure, you can cast Detect Magic.
Cool. I'm gonna cast Detect Magic.
You cast Detect Magic, and it seems the wallpaper is magical. The weapons that the two people sat down carrying are magical. And the beaded curtain appears to be magical.
I'm gonna touch the beaded
Interesting.
curtain.
The woman looks over to you and says, "No, you can't go in there. Changing rooms are over there."
No. I just like the beads. What are these made out of? Bless you.
I believe
Bead.
they're mostly just wood and string.
Come on, Fable. We've been told not to do something.
Okay.
I actually want to ask the woman, is there any rules regarding magic?
As long as you're not causing a disturbance, of course, any spells that target a creature, you will be asked to leave and escorted out by security.
Mm-hmm.
Any magic that affects yourself is okay, as long as it does not disturb the other participants or other guests.
Okay.
And outside of that, please keep your hands to yourself unless given explicit permission from a staff member.
Perfect. No questions here then.
Can I get permission to go through this door?
No, you're not allowed. The woman looks over. No, you can't go in there. It's a staff area, and you're not working here.
Okay. Yeah, she's gonna go in the area where she can get changed.
And the rest of you follow her into the changing rooms?
Yeah.
Yes.
You walk into this changing rooms, and you see it's got a carpeted floor. It's got a long row of benches that go through the center, and it's got lockers that run all the way down the walls. As you get in here, again, the wallpaper is this sort of soft material. The floors are like shag carpet. The benches are padded and quite comfortable, and the lockers seem to have somewhere where you can hang armor, and then divided into a separate section for weapons, and can fit anything up to the size of a person.
Guys, the wallpaper is magical here. I think you can hear
Magical
us talk.
hall. Oh, that kind of magic, you think?
Well, I don't know exactly, but if there's magic on walls, it's either to be more sturdy or to listen in on conversations. I know where I used to live, trees and um would always listen into anything you'd say, whispered around to each other.
It
How
makes sense.
strange.
And as the group of you look around in this changing room, there are actually a handful of posters that are labeled dress code. And then it suddenly occurs to you, this dress code says no shoes, no socks, no trousers, no shirts, no undergarments.
Fable gets immediately naked.
Stop.
Naked.
But
And
that
it has this sort of artistic rendition of a humanoid merfolk that is also completely naked.
does seem to be what the sign is suggesting.
Yeah, if no one's
I'd
gonna stop her, she's
like to avoid that if we can.
We'll cut that out.
Is there anywhere we could like peek our head through to see?
Oh yeah, there's just an open doorway.
Yeah. What are these other people wearing?
Nothing. This appears to be a nudist bar.
Interesting.
Ah.
None of the staff, none of the patrons. The only people wearing clothes are the security.
Interesting. Okay.
Interesting.
Oh, and the as you get a better look through, you can now begin to hear as the music faintly comes through the doorway. There seems to be this weird, repetitive, thudding, very bassy music that almost rocks the ground itself.
Okay.
And as you look through the door, you see there is a person behind a box. This box is covered in magical runes, and the person is wearing a pair of earmuffs and a wizard hat.
Interesting. Like the dude with the wizard hat, is he nude as well or no?
He is also nude except for the wizard hat and earmuffs.
Okay.
We can wear hats, I guess.
where am I supposed to
Leave
put my
me.
clothing?
There are the lockers that cover both walls.
Yeah, I leave my equipment there then.
We're not actually going to trip, are we?
I don't see what any other options we have.
I do not wish to do this.
I think that if you aren't comfortable, you can just wait outside and keep guard.
Yes, that might be a good idea. If two of us stand out guard.
Able
Well, I know Fable should be. I worry we need someone to keep an eye on Fable.
yes,
That's
yes,
true.
I will take. And go to next.
An
You
eye on
can
me?
Huh?
Why would you need an eye on me?
Hello?
It suddenly got very quiet for everyone else.
A little bit.
Yeah, I can really hear
Let me
you guys very
my-
well. Yeah.
Testing.
Much better.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Ow! Why are you beating me
Me-
up?
She's
The
angry.
cat.
I'm not touching her and she grabs my arm and starts beating me up. Sorry.
Cat
You've
moment.
Yeah.
You've done something to anger her. You're just not stating as much. Let's hear her side of the story.
I refuse.
Anyway, yeah, what's Fable trying to say?
Why do I have to be watched? She says as she's trying to open one of the lockers that isn't hers.
Because you get to do the honorable. Look, because we said so. Come on.
Oh.
You're a troublemaker, Fable, King says, laughing a little.
Oh. Am I?
Yeah, that's kind. Yeah, you do seem to cause a lot of problems.
It's
I'm
true.
sorry.
Don't worry. That's the fun part.
Oh, it's fun?
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes a little bit more thought is useful before you take an action.
How do we know which one we're
I should.
supposed to use of the lockers? Some of them seem quite locked, she says as she tugs on one.
We're not supposed to touch those, Fable.
We were told to put our clothing in them.
Yes, but we are too. Well, we likely have a designated one, or we simply.
Find an empty one.
Yes.
There are a handful of empty ones that are either sort of hanging open or have keys in them. And it seems by the entrance into the main area, there is a little, like a little key chute thing where you drop the keys into the chute and then they're organized for however it's done so that they're ensured that they're handed back to the correct person.
Lovely.
Mhm.
She. Fuck, what is it? She sounds very out of it, Leilu.
Well,
Well, Fable, would you like to wait outside with Lelu?
Fable looks inside, looks at Leilu. Looks at the rest of you. I will.
It's your choice.
This is-
Yeah, Fable will then.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you want to go into the fish people nudist bar?
Go watch a movie.
That sounds it.
Oh.
Fable's just looking inside, and like her eyes kind of widen because it looks very interesting. But she will hang back with her friend, and
It's definitely not anything you've ever seen before in your life, Fable. The limited exposure you have to civilization has never had anything like this before.
Oh yeah, that's why it's so unique. She really wants it. Like she can feel like a little bit of her wanting to go in there. She's...
Maybe when we're going here and it's less important, you can come in with us. But for now, I think it's best if you just stay outside.
Well, whatever your choice, I'm coming in. King just starts undressing.
Is it. Is it really so hard for you to just sit in one spot for 5 minutes?
The last time I sat in one spot for 5 minutes, a flower started to close in on me.
I mean, last time the lot of you stayed still for 5 minutes, you were ambushed by bandits.
That too. I was ambushed by bandits. Back in the forest, I was almost encapsulated into a flower.
Just come outside with me already.
Okay. Fable still has her clothing and like gear under one arm, and she walks out naked with Leilu.
And put your clothes back on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and she's gonna get dressed and walk out with Layla.
I should note. I should note that she's just been carrying Leo this whole time.
No.
So the two of you are going to wait outside, and two of you are going to go in.
Yeah, I'll undress and get
Mhm.
my clothes in the locker, one of the lockers too.
Lovely.
Yep.
So the two of you that are going outside, you turn back around now that you're dressed again and leave, and the person and the woman previously stood behind the reception seems to just be flicking through a book. And the two in the waiting room, again, one is very seriously maintaining this weapon and the other is reading through literature with their weapon across their lap. These two seem to be security, or at least some of the security.
Makes sense.
And the two of you head in. You step past this entranceway, and the music suddenly becomes louder and bassier, and you can feel the thuds and the rhythm almost in your heart and in your lungs. It's not terrifically loud. You can still sort of barely above speaking volume. But this is heavy, thumpy, rhythmic music. And as you traverse through this place, there is a smooth wooden square right in the middle of the room where you see a handful of merfolk and the occasional human dancing.
What a interesting place we found ourselves.
That's true. Actually, I have a question. Is this like more of a bar or more of a strip club?
This is more like a nightclub.
A nightclub. Okay.
Where
So
everyone is naked.
there's the big bar, there's a central dance floor, there's some seats scattered around the edge of the room, and everyone in here seems to be naked. The only person wearing anything is the wizard wearing his hat and earmuffs.
Okay, cool.
Hmm.
It just says Ramon. Okay, so now that we're in, we have to find the guy. How do we find the guy?
Should we split up and look for someone who's important?
Sure, if you want to do that.
I
Just
mean,
don't get lost.
exactly. This should be an easy enough place to find our way around.
Hopefully. If you do get lost, just get back to the entrance. I'll try to find you there.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, we'll split up and look for clues.
You split up, lovely. Kane, we'll do you first. Where do you wish to look?
Give me like a rough idea of like separate places in the nightclub. Like, is there a bar? Is there
So,
somewhere
yeah,
like a
there's
lounge?
the central dance floor, which is a large sort of 20 foot by 20 foot, no, probably 30 by 30 or maybe a bit bigger. That's this wooden floor in the middle of this room. There's lights that sort of flash in and out, covering the floor, strobing across the room. If you go to the other side of the room from the entrance, there is this sort of stomach high wood and brass bar that seems to have a couple different bartenders behind it. Hard to your left, sort of towards the entrance, but on the far left wall, is this wizard DJ in his DJ booth. And then sort of across the wall that the entrance is on and across the right side of the wall, there are various like seating nooks and little bench areas that have people sat in it, chatting, having drinks.
I'll take a look at the bar first.
Lovely. You approach the bar and there is 3 bartenders there. There's one to the right, one to the left, and one in the middle.
I would like to go by the one in the middle. and look around to my left and to my right.
Lovely. You approach the middle of the bar. There's this handful of bar stools, but you can still stand almost right in front of the bar. And stood behind it is this tall, muscular merfolk.
Goddamn.
And
Is he hot?
he's very hot. He is very well built.
That's the best
Absolutely
question
ripped.
to ask.
He's got huge shoulders. He's wearing absolutely nothing.
Okay, so I sit by his side and order a drink. I would like to ask the bartender the different drinks they have.
Lovely. I can offer you deep set mule, a seahorse. We have a couple different ales.
Sorry. Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I can get you a pearl diver, a ruby of the sea.
I would like to get a seahorse.
A seahorse, lovely. He gives you a bit of a wink and then turns around and grabs a handful of different bottles off the back of this bar. And you begin to watch as this merfolk skillfully juggles these bottles, chucks one up in the air, pours a little bit out of it, puts it back on the side, chucks another one from one hand to the other, grabs a third bottle, pours all these different alcohols and drinks into a metal tube, covers both ends, and begins to shake. And while he's shaking, he turns around and says, "Well, handsome, what brings you here?"
Oh, perfect. I actually have a question. I am looking for someone. They are with the Flying Murloc, I believe. Do you know them or no?
Oh, you're one of their guys. We got a lot of flying murlocs here. There's Morgan upstairs. He's probably the highest ranking member around. And as he says that, he chucks the shaker into the air, catches it with one hand, and while he's shaking it with his left hand, he reaches under the bar, pulls out this glass that's like this little glass seahorse. And then he cracks open the shaker by giving it a solid thump with the palm of his hand and sort of gracefully pours this pink and blue liquid into this seahorse-shaped glass, pulls what looks like a little chewy sweet out from under the desk, and puts it where the seahorse's head should be.
How cute. I just blow him a kiss and say thank you, and then I will try to find my way upstairs.
Sure.
At the end of the bar, there is a doorway that has a sign above it that says VIP.
Oh, VIP. So is there no way I can get in there or no?
You will have to get someone to escort you up there.
I see.
There is a security guard stood by the door. He's got his arms wrapped around his halberd and he's just kind of leaning on it. He doesn't seem terribly interested in anything, but he seems like the sort of guy you don't really want to fight right now.
Mm-hmm. I just go up to him and say, "Oh, hello, mister. I am looking for someone. I believe he's upstairs. Mr. Flying Murloc." Rings a bell?
Flying Murloc, do you mean Morgan?
Correct.
Lovely. I'll let him know you're here. Is it just you?
No, I'm with my friend Ramona. We had a job with his boys. I don't want to tell him we went fine with it.
Work related. Cool. If you could do me a favor and find that Ramona lass, come back here, and by the time you're back, I should have a yes or no on whether you can go up.
Perfect, thank you. So I just go back and look for Ramona.
Cool.
If anything, I'll just go back to the entrance and wait for her.
Yes. While that has been happening, Ramona, what have you been doing?
Renner's not used to this sort of environment, is going to look for anyone who stands out. So you said most of the people here are incredibly hot?
A lot of them are, yes.
There are any very unattractive fish people here. Like, I'm imagining like a blobfish or like an anglefish.
Kind of racist, but okay. Roll me a perception check.
Okay.
The doesn't even look like that. It's a deflated corpse.
Oh my god, Snotty.
That's
such a
true.
nerd.
Blobfishes are not like that. That's true.
I still
They're
think
still
I was
ugly,
just trying
but
to
not as
represent
ugly.
unattractiveness, and I stand by my.
I think
Yeah.
you're just.
I rolled a 3 for a 13.
3 for a 13. This is a very new environment to you, Ramona. Your normal senses that you'd trust to sort of navigate you around outside are overwhelming you. The sounds of this music that you can feel in your heart and in your head is making it quite difficult for you to look around. Not only to mention that, there are all these lights that seem to be flickering around the place. And you can't really identify anyone particularly ugly. However, something you can identify is one of the groups has a rather large, has like 4 merfolk stood around it, and that seems to be the biggest group in this area.
I guess I'll try those 4 more merfolk.
So you stagger over to these merfolk. And as you approach these merfolk, something you do realize is that one of them seems familiar to you.
God.
And it's the short, stocky one that is abnormally short for a merfolk.
And for a stormtrooper.
Nice one.
Thank you.
Do you amble up to this group and say hello?
Yeah, I walk over.
Lovely. As you walk over, you hear these 4 conversating about basically about money.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that the gold here is better than a lot of than where they were working previously. Now that they've been moved out of the shithole up there, they can they're finally making decent money and having decent parties.
Yeah, and I'll walk over and be like, money, you say? Do any of you have any good leads? And I'll try and wink at them.
The 4 of them turn around, and you recognise it's the group you were talking to earlier.
Oh, hi.
And the one that initially set you on this job, the lanky one, turns around and goes, "Oh, it's you."
Yes, it's me, and I'm looking for your boss.
Yeah, we'll take you to the boss. What happened to the other lot?
Nothing.
Why is it just you here? You had that tall elf bloke and
Yeah.
the merfolk, the only one of you that fit in round here.
No, see, nothing happens to them. They're all fine. The elf's even here somewhere. Just like looks around, very dazed and confused in this establishment.
Yeah, and as you're sort of having this conversation, go, well, if you got the part, you do have the part, right? You can come back to me empty-handed. You wouldn't do that.
No, of course we wouldn't do that.
Lovely. I suppose I'll take you up to meet Morgan then. He's my boss. He's the one that knows everything.
It's kind of funny because
Lovely.
Fable has it in her inventory.
Yeah, but we're not worried about that. That's a problem for later.
Problem for later. And yeah, this merfolk is then going to walk you over to this door in the far right corner of the room with the VIP and the guard over the top of it.
Yeah, and if I see my lovely elf friend, I will holler.
Yeah, by this point you watch as Kane is sort of walking. You basically run into him on the edge of the dance floor. He seems to be heading back to the door.
And I just mouth help.
Hello. I wave to her. So, what did you find?
These are the fellas we met before, and they want us to hand over the part to their boss upstairs. That part that you definitely have with you right now.
Oh, we left it with Fable, right?
Is it one or your other? Don't worry, go get it.
Yeah,
The guy sort of rolls his eyes and he then saunters back over to the group he was having a conversation with.
Sorry for that, I'll be back in 5 minutes. I just rush back to the changing rooms. And I'll ask the girl for my key. Just put on my pants and go outside to ask for Laylo and Fable to see who has the part.
We've been told
Lovely.
we're
During
very
this,
dogs.
Laylu and Fable, what have you two been doing?
I don't know why you wanted me to come out with you, but
Because I said so. I said that earlier, did I not?
yeah, but you're talking to me like the parent talked to their kid in the little comic strip in the magazine in the lobby.
Fable?
Yes?
Not in the movie.
Oh. You know, does Fable understand the part that she has? Does she understand that this could fit in a bike, right?
I mean, it looks similar to a lot of the other parts strapped to the bottom of some of these bikes. Not
Yeah.
all of them seem to have it, but a lot of them do.
I'm sorry that you're upset, Laylu. Fable's gonna start, like, trying to understand what this part that they have is by examining the bike she stole and drove.
You wish to examine the bike you stole? Cool.
Yeah.
Can you get me? Can I get you? You have get thing?
I can
One of
do
those
thing.
in the right order, I promise. Couldn't tell you which, but one of
Thing
them.
do what? How?
How thing do what? Thing what?
Why?
Where? Whomst. Yes. Can I please get a crafting check?
That is a 28.
Lovely. Despite never having seen these machines before in your life, it seems to make an alarming amount of sense. So you have the central unit, which contains all of the parts. It contains this tank that, from your inspection, seems to run on some sort of magical gas.
Yeah. Alright.
And then off of this central tank is a handful of hoses that connects it to what looks like a clump of wearing machines. And then there's a tube that comes out the front of this clump of wearing machines to the very front of the vehicle, one that comes out the back to the very back of the vehicle, and one that seems to come out the bottom and run the length of the vehicle towards the back, where it seems to be placed, this part that you have.
How easy does it look like they can be switched out?
It looks like if you had 10 minutes and a set of tinkerer's tools, you could certainly give it a go.
Alright, I have definitely. I don't. How long will it be till Gabby's character? I can't remember his name.
Kane.
Kane.
You have no idea how long it's going to be till Kane
Cool.
gets out to you. You have no idea what they're doing in there. You have no idea why you weren't allowed in there.
Yeah, Fable wants to know, but it seems like Laylu's quite upset, and Fable is just gonna listen. But without Tanker's tools, Fable is going to
You get the sense that without the correct tools, you could irreparably damage this machine.
Yeah, Fable doesn't want to destroy her own bicycle.
Look, I just cannot comprehend how in spite of the many instances we tell you not to to wander off or when not to touch something, you go ahead and do it anyways and cause us a cavalcade, a typhoon of problems.
I don't mean to.
I do not care if you don't mean to, it still happens. If I didn't have that water, if I didn't have that water on me or some other circumstances, then Festus could have.
I would have went in there.
You didn't seem keen on going back early.
We found a
What would you?
bicycle, and we found these
What
flying
would?
machines, and I would have went back in and helped everyone else, or at
What
least
would you
Festus and
have
Leo.
done? Died? What would you have done?
I don't know.
Then don't try to. Then don't tell me about it.
I know I messed up, and I made you and Ramona upset. I just thought I was doing what we were told to do, what we agreed on with those bikers.
We didn't tell you to blow the place up, Fable. There's a lot of things that we don't tell you to do, and you go ahead and do it anyways. Every single time.
Lelu, I'm
What?
sorry. I'm sorry that I have done a lot of things that cause you all to get upset. I'm not used to.
It's just.
Others.
I don't want you to get into a position where you're in trouble and we can't do anything to help you.
You don't have to worry about that, Lelu.
I'd say it's my responsibility both as an adult and as your ally to care about it.
I see. Like, I care about helping you and Ramona and Kane. You're my first friends.
Speaking of the devil, as you're having this conversation, shortly after Fable has been messing with this machine, you hear once more the doors swing open, and stood there wearing nothing but trousers and a pair of flip-flops is Kane.
He just waved to them. Hi guys, I actually am here to pick up the thingy we got, so we can give it to the boss.
Lelu, we should come in.
Oh. I don't want you inside this facility filled with nude people, Fable. You're far too young.
Nude? Why would I be too young to be nude?
Mother Globber, look, you're a child, for one thing. And for another thing, there's very nefarious people in there. I could feel it.
I'm sorry if I'm interrupting something. I just really need that part.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Fable is gonna give it a quick glance. Is it okay if Fable investigates this real quick before handing it over?
Yeah, I can make you. You can make a real quick perception check to see what you can grasp about A, the quality of this part, and B, if it has any particularly unique features.
Alright. That is a, I'm gonna use my hero point.
Go
roll.
for it.
22.
22.
Yeah.
Lovely. You can discern about this part that it seems to be, compared to the other similar parts on similar bikes, it seems to be of reasonably high quality. And sort of peering through it, like looking through a telescope, you can see that there's this sort of mesh inside that has a magical aura to it that you can't really determine at the moment, but this mesh inside of this thing seems to be magical. And that's all you can really determine from your quick minute glance before you hand it over.
Alright. Do you get a good feeling about this person?
Well, I haven't met them, but I like the place.
Do you know?
Lulu.
Yes. Yes.
Fable is gonna hand the piece over. And then she is going to hug Leilu. A very weird, awkward hug, like someone who has never hugged a human being in their life.
Are you okay?
I read this is how people comfort people.
Kane,
Yes?
is there a possibility
That was
Looks
loud.
like one of those. Looks like one of those flying Murloc guys just left. Anyways,
Yeah, sorry.
it's fine. Drags hand down face. Are you sure you're going to be alright alone in there with Ramona?
Oh, don't worry. They seem like decent people. Also, no weapon, so what can they really do to me?
You never know. Well, as long as you're sure.
Yeah, don't worry about me. And also, when me and Ramona get back, we can talk a bit, if that's okay. Since you two seem to be having a conversation we should be being a part of as well.
I suppose.
Fable is
Okay,
then gonna
so
hug Kane before Kane leaves.
okay, I just hug her with one hand.
Just like a awkward hug, and then just even more awkward, like a okay, this is weird.
Yeah, this is weird, but that's okay. Kane doesn't mind. So, I just tell them when we get back, we can talk. Everything's going to be fine. Give us like 20 minutes. Okay?
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Perfect then. I'll be back in 20 minutes then. So I just head
Um,
back in.
Lovely. Kane, you head back in. The woman behind the desk asks you, and what do you plan to do with that piece of metal?
I just tell her, oh, yes, Mr. Morgan upstairs asked me to hand it over to him. Is that okay? Or
Ah,
should someone from the staff to do it?
it's for Morgan. I'll let she just points to one of the person cleaning the gun. She just points to the person cleaning the gun and says in a language you don't understand something.
Okay.
And then the person nods and stands up and seems like they're going to follow you.
So I just hand the part to that person and head inside.
Lovely. So you hand the part to the guy and he just sort of seems to hold it awkwardly.
Okay, so now I'm going to get back to Ramon.
Lovely. You return to Ramona, and Ramona, you're stood by this VIP door with this bored-looking guard.
Yeah, so like in my line of work, I call this sort of a hive of villainy and scum. But you call it a bar.
Dad! Can you be a bit more quiet, please?
Now.
Lovely. I am going to. I have found what I was looking for now, so I want that image to go away. I have found what I was looking for now. All of the security guards seem to be seem to appear as this race.
That's kind of hot.
And they seem to be the only people dressed. They have various weapons. A few of them have firearms.
What the
A few of
fuck
them
is that thing?
two-handed weapons. You don't know, but they're about 7 foot tall and incredibly broad. They're taller than most of the doorways.
I don't like them.
Too bad. That's what they look like.
Okay, that's fine. I guess I can live with them.
Fable.
Fable. It's Fable now a Pokemon.
Fable wishes she was there. But Fable.
Yeah, well, Fable keeps causing problems. Now Fable doesn't get to do the fun things.
Fable can make things worse by running away.
True.
Lamau.
Don't do that.
There is a Pokemon called Fable.
Clefable, yes.
I think.
Yeah.
Then I don't.
You think that you don't? You don't think?
I think and then I don't.
You think and then
I
you
have
don't.
I have a
Okay.
very random and abrupt. Exactly how I'm drawing Leilu right now. How I guess what's the best way to describe it? How slutty do you want this outfit to look?
I don't know, how slutty does Leilu dress?
Do it. Very, very.
Wait,
If
why is it
Leilu
a
wears
slutty?
if Leilu wears nothing but like a coral chest piece and a loincloth, draw Fable in that. If Fable is wearing 2 inches of fluffy coat,
Wait, Fable
she
or
can
Leilu?
also be wearing that. Fable, Leilu. I meant Leilu. I said Fable because I'm an idiot.
You're not an idiot, yeah.
Yeah, you're cool. Stop being hard on yourself, or I'll be soft on you.
Be hard on me.
No. Anyways, continue. Sorry.
Suck gap, snotty.
So yeah, Ramona, you've been stood around. You're now starting to acclimatize to this new sort of environment. You can now sort of look around, pick individuals out of the crowd. It's still very hard to hear conversation, but you can visually comprehend your surroundings at this point quite well. And as that happens, Kane returns, being followed by another one of these large creatures sort of awkwardly holding out at arms, like half arms reach, this chunk of metal that you've been asked to retrieve. And the one stood next to you, resting lazily on his halberd, looks to you and says, "Alright, you got the stuff. You can go up and see Morgan now." And
Perfect.
lets you pass this open doorway up the stairs.
Up the stairs.
Up the stairs. As you head up the stairs, this soft wallpaper and carpet remains, but the music dies down significantly. It seems to die down very quickly as you get away from this doorway, and then you finally make it up the stairs, and you're offered, and appear at the end of this long corridor that is covered in doors, almost like a hallway in a hotel or an inn.
I would like to take the opportunity to ask the Murloc guy. So, what's the fun of being a VIP? There's no music. There's no anything.
Oh my god, it's so much nicer to have no music.
Well, when you're a VIP, you get your private room. Most of the rooms up here have beds, desks, like your standard inn, but obviously there's the no clothes rules.
I see.
This place is quite popular with the merfolk in this part of the city.
I can see why. I would actually like to know how expensive is a room.
Well, if you want a room, it's 10 gold a night on top of the standard members fee. The standard members fee is 25 gold a week.
I see.
But
That's kind of expensive.
members get access to the rooms, they get 24/7 access to the whole building, whereas public hours are sort of towards the evening and through the night, and we kick all the public out in the mornings.
Cool.
You also get reduced drinks.
Very nice.
You get you can make requests to the wizard. He doesn't always listen to you. I'm not sure he can hear people very well after he's been doing this for, well, he joined about 2 weeks after we raised out the ocean.
How long ago was that?
It was about 5 years ago.
I see.
Was that a question you asked towards the DM or the person?
The person.
Yeah, we just sort of raised out of the city. We've got some old tales of how we ended up here, but nobody really knows.
Interesting.
I'm sure the king would know, but nobody's spoken to the king in years. The king
Why is
became
that?
king became a bit of a recluse once we opened up to the wider world. Now he'll only talk to his personal council.
And does no one talk to his personal counsel?
No offense, but non-merfolk don't ever get the chance to talk to anyone, especially below the waterline. That's where all the really important people live.
Makes sense, yeah.
But hey, I can't really complain about living here. I got an easy job.
Yeah, I wouldn't really complain either.
Plus, there are a few nice lookers that are regulars round here.
King
That's
just
interesting way.
smiles and giggles a bit. I can see that.
Anyway, you'll find Morgan right down the end, and he points to like this room right at the end of the hallway.
Alright, I just nod and say thank you.
Thank you very
We'll
much.
see you in 10-20 minutes, I guess.
Have a nice night. And he seems to almost lean against the wall up here.
So he's just waiting, or does he go back down?
He does seem to just be waiting.
Interesting. Okay. So we go in, I guess.
Yeah.
Lovely. You walk towards this room at the end of the hallway. This is quite a long hallway. The hallway alone is probably nearly 100 feet long.
Huh.
There's
I mean, yeah.
maybe 25 rooms on each side.
Okay.
So 51 rooms.
51 rooms in total.
Okay.
And then you get to this last one. And this last one right at the very end is just this door that seems to look a little nicer than all the others. All these doors seem to have been made out of like an opaque glass.
Mm-hmm.
This one is, it's got like a metal frame around it, and the metal frame is inlaid with gold with this central opaque glass.
Oh, very fancy.
I have a question. So, from what I could see, do the Flying Murloc kind of own the place, or no?
You would get the idea that if they don't own it, it's definitely in their pockets.
I see. I understand.
They may not own it on paper, but for intents and purposes, they make the say around here.
Okay, understood.
You're left with this glass door. Do you wish to simply open it, or do you wish to?
Knock. Always knock.
Not definitely.
Right. So you knock on the door, and you wait a couple of seconds, and then you give it another knock, and then a little light above the door turns from red to green. This seems like it's a signal to enter.
Lovely. Then we will push in.
Yep.
As you enter, you come into this little, almost like a porch area.
Okay.
There is virtually nothing here. There's like a shoe rack with no shoes on it. So obviously there's no clothes allowed in here. There's a shoe rack with no shoes on it. There's again a coat rack with no coats on it. There's a little umbrella basket, you know, those long tubes that you put your umbrella into.
Mm-hmm.
In there seems to be a stick. Just like it seems to be bamboo, but it's just a stick. And then you round the corner, and as you round the corner, you are greeted, hunched over a table of maps. The very first thing you see is Fishman ass.
Oh, lovely. Fishman ass.
Lovely. Yes.
This man, let me just get the picture I have of him.
Fable should have been there.
This man is hunched over a table, looking through maps, reading, going back to looking through maps.
Hello, are you Morgan, by chance?
You turn around and he stands up. Ah, yes, I am. And he turns around and you see this wide-faced, big-gilled man, as naked as everyone else.
You've got some very impressive features.
He gives you a wink.
There's a moment where Ramona is having to stop herself from making a face.
I just whisper to her, "Don't mention it."
Do you want to do the criminal talking stuff?
So, how may I help you?
We've got a thing for you.
I just nodded. Continue. So, your boys had a job for us. I will have to retrieve something from someone else. So, here is it. I believe it's yours now.
Yeah, and as he looks towards you, he glances at the part and goes, "Ah, yes, that was stolen from me a little while ago. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, I very much appreciate you to getting it back for me."
You're welcome. No worries.
My man told me that he'd be retrieving it, and I am very thankful to you, and as thanks, I shall offer you this reward.
Oh.
And he sort of reaches out. He reaches out he reaches under his desk even and pulls out a pulls out like a little sack that seems to clink as he pulls it out from under the desk, and a scroll. Sort of places them both on the side next to him. and says, "Well, I've actually, seeing as you lot aren't already a member of my group, I could offer you another job. This one is a lot more discreet, as I've already heard about what happened to that little shop. It was a shame, but the woman who ran it was a right bitch. She was rude to her workers, and no offense, I believe it's rude to be. Well, I believe it's rude to be rude to the non-natives, even if they aren't quite as powerful as us.
Yeah, we still maybe shouldn't have.
Exploded it.
No, that was definitely a statement.
Sorry for that. That was not our intention.
We don't want to look bad on you guys.
No, you wouldn't be out. They wouldn't be able to pin it on our group in particular. There were a handful of flying Murloc groups closer to them than that they would have pinned it on. So it doesn't bother me how you did it, but this job I wish to give to you. We shall discuss in the future. It's getting late in the evening, and I wish to offer you and anyone else who may have assisted you in this matter a place to stay for the night.
Wonderful.
Oh, we really do need that.
Yeah.
I shall make sure that you are given access to one of the group rooms. How many? Is it just you two? Do you two share a bed?
No, there's
No.
5 to like 12 of us.
Okay, so we
But
need at least
5.
2 to 3 rooms because we have our little friends, a few goblins. They didn't do the job with us, but they are part of the group. We kind of
Well-
want a room just for them, if possible.
An
And-
entourage. Don't worry, I can get them in one of the group bunks.
Could we
15 beds should be enough for them, shouldn't it?
absolutely? Would we also be allowed to bring some armor and clothes in?
Well, I mean, it's against the policy, but VIPs are allowed to take weapons to their rooms, just not carry them on the main floor. So when you're given access to your rooms, instruct the lovely lady at the front desk, and she will ensure that your weapons are left in your rooms for you.
Lovely.
I wouldn't
Thank you.
advise bringing them back onto the floor. You get one warning, and then they kick you out of here and won't let you back in.
And can you not do anything about that, or is that your rule and we obey it?
It's a rule of an establishment, but I would find it a personal offence to me if you were to be carrying weapons here. This is a place for peace and pleasure, not violence.
Understood.
And if violence is your pleasure, you can look elsewhere.
No,
I believe that's everything. So we are allowed to bring clothes into our rooms, right?
Yes,
Just as
when you go back out, I shall speak to the guards. The guards shall make the correct arrangements, and then you just tell the lady behind the desk what you wish to bring in.
perfect. Okay.
But even though VIPs, the floor rules still apply, unfortunately.
Makes sense. I would hate to break one of their rules. It's a very lovely place.
yes, an absolutely darling establishment.
Yes, you seem to be new in the city. Is there... Well, I'm going to offer you that I can answer any questions you have before you settle in. But that shall occur tomorrow when I give this job to you, as it's a sensitive job that needs the utmost discretion, and I wouldn't want you attending it on a tired head or empty stomach.
Oh yes,
you
perfect.
free food as well.
There's food down at the bar.
All right, lovely. Well, I think we're gonna have to get the others.
So, do you want to go get the others, so I wait here, or do you want me to go get the others?
I'm sure I can get them. It won't take us very long.
Sure.
Yeah, and I'll try and navigate my way back through this horrible nightclub.
Lovely. As you do that, we pan back, and we're now outside. Fable, you wish to take a look around this immediate area?
Yes, I want to look at everyone else's bikes. I
You wish
want
to take a look at the bike. Please make me another perception roll.
My plan is, while Leilu's doing whatever she's doing, Fable.
Pretty much. Oh, sorry.
Fable. That's a 20.
Natural or
Unnatural.
unnatural? Total of 20. That's fine. You have a decent look around, and I shall give you better information. Leilu, you're watching as Fable is taking quite a strong interest in the rest of these bikes. She's, unlike her usual self, she's not getting out of your sight. She's sort of remaining where you can see her. Leo seems to have come to. Previously, as remembered, Leo was unconscious, but now that you've stood outside for a little while and the healing magic has taken place, Leo seems to have come to. And you notice this because all of a sudden, while you're sort of cradling him in your arms, you begin to feel him purr.
Aw.
I'm so sorry.
No, why are you saying bless you to coughing?
Bless
Yeah.
you.
no.
The normal response to coughing is die quietly.
Fuck off. I'll make you die with me, bitch.
Go for it.
Oh. Now this is getting hot and heavy. Ow.
What?
I don't know.
So yes, Layla, you now have this purring Leo in your arms that sort of wriggles around so that he's looking up at you. You can see his exposed belly has a few sort of tufts of burnt hair. And he's just looking up at you, purring like he doesn't really know what's going on. Orange cat, head empty vibes.
For now. I won't let anything like that happen again. As she just tugs his fuzzy head.
Lovely. And Abel, while searching through these bikes, you see that there are various values of these bikes. Some of these bikes seem to have handfuls of expensive parts on them. Some of them seem to be sort of ripped apart and re-put together in a very done by the user sort of way. Others are completely untouched and still have bare metal and fret and clean paint on them, nary a scratch, very well kept. There seem to be... Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
It's more so I want to try to identify by doing this, like, how to upkeep them, how other people just by the looks of it upkeep, what makes it look expensive, what kind of fuel, even if I can just siphon a little bit of my own fuel from the tank and put it in a jar so I can examine it more later.
So as you go to your own vehicle and you sort of pop open the fuel thing, there seems to be like a little tube with a smaller tube in it for human us to make it easier. It's very clearly a you will have no idea what an LPG gas system is, do you?
No, I don't.
So it's basically like a little intake gas nozzle.
Mm-hmm.
Like you see on the outside of a football, but sort of reinforced. Or you see on like car and bike tires. It's this essentially gas valve.
Yeah.
As you sort of fiddle around with it and press on this gas valve, you hear it sort of go, "Sss," and that seems to be the sound of the gas escaping.
Leilu, do you know if we can go look for... Oh, Leo's awake.
Yes, he's come to. And as usual, there hardly seems to be anything going on in his head. Oh, sorry. What was it? The fable.
I'm glad Leo is fine. But I want to ask if we could look for a shop. I want to figure out how these machines run and operate.
It would be beneficial if we waited for the others to return before we do anything too adventurous.
Alright, but I was thinking of maybe stealing another one. I won't.
That
I won't, Leilu, but I want to... Do you see this one right here? And she points out the one that's been stripped apart and new parts were put on to make more custom. If you look right here, you can see how these little these little dot thingies, they were pulled out. And you can tell by looking at this one as well. This one, there doesn't seem any more scuffs. Just plain a little bit of dirt and some bugs that come from the air. I want to customize mine like this. I want to make mine soar like a dragon.
is that so?
Mm-hmm.
Well, eventually we can have that.
If I'm being honest, that part I gave up, I want to take back.
Leilu, now that it's been pointed out to you by Fable, these bikes do seem to be made out of various parts. Some of them look barely more than scrap metal stuck together with some sort of magical adhesive. Others look like pristine, almost trophies. And people take a lot of care of these machines. And others are just very simple machines that look like they're not any point of pride, but they need to work well.
Well, I'm just not sure. I'm sorry. A lot's been happening recently. My head's swimming.
As you say, swimming, there's a brief moment of respite in the air, and you can smell and feel this homely sea breeze that almost reminds you of your own home, but is just enough to bring comforting, basic emotion.
This place, now that I've gotten time to adjust, it's quite beautiful, isn't it?
And again, the door swings open and you see Ramona. Ramona, how much clothes did you put back on before coming outside?
Or like very little, enough to cover up sort of anything that would require censoring on a TV show. But
So you got like underwear and trousers on,
yeah,
like Lae'zel's basic outfit.
yes, I guess that would be
Oh, so yeah, you're wearing
Lae'zel's
like
basic outfit doesn't even have bra. It's just pants. Her camp outfit
has
is just
bra.
pants. No,
got like
it's bare
cover
tits.
nipples.
If you
no,
no
the
no
bra
no,
is underneath.
No, I'm sorry, Gabe. It's definitely not bare tits.
it's bare tits. If you play it, if you do not add the censor thing at the beginning, where it says, "Do you want explicit content?"
What
It is-
about?
No, she's always wearing a bra for me.
She's
But
got
then
the
again,
like straps on. Crazy,
the
Gabe.
first thing I don't do is take everyone's underwear off, which I suspect is what you
Gabe
did.
is crazy.
Oh yeah, that is what I do. Yeah, that's why she's not wearing a bra. Yeah, you're right.
What are we talking about? I'm lost.
I forgot that I always steal my Baldur's Gate 3's characters and companions' underwear and sell
Yes,
it.
we're talking about Baldur's Gate 3.
No one gets to have underwear. Not in Baldur's Gate 3.
Why would you do that?
The fact the game allows me to do it is the reason why I do it.
But that was the answer because you can.
Yeah,
If they
it's
can,
Good
they do
answer.
So yes, Ramona is wearing a pair of like flip-flops and these 3/4 length trousers that look like they've got attachment points for armor on, and she's wearing a bra, and that's about it.
Are you having fun in there?
It's a new experience.
Fun,
And
depending on what you like.
Ramona, as you step outside, there is a faint ringing in your ears.
for God, I'm not tinnitus.
Lamona, I
yeah,
need tools.
Okay. Are you going to be using the tools for something that will be only a net positive for the world?
She looks at her bike that she stole. Looks at you. Ramona looks
That
at her
has
bike.
a zero chance of getting any of us hurt.
Oh. As long as you don't fall off my bike again.
Well, you want tools to make your bike better?
Yes.
We belt.
Fable then goes on a
A
rant.
better braking and a better, safer braking system.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe something to make sure it doesn't go as fast, so it's a bit safer. I think
No. We need to make it faster and better.
No, see,
And
that seems like the opposite of something that would be not dangerous.
Ramona, please. I want to soar like a dragon. I want to be a real witch.
Okay,
And the first part
We
of joining the
all don't
coven.
want you to die.
No! Fable, I have a suggestion.
Yes.
Okay? So, the guys with the flying murloc probably know how to modify their bikes. Would you like to go talk to some of them so they can teach you instead of just doing it on your own?
Yes.
Because, yeah, doing it on your own will not end up good. Do you understand?
I do. I realized when I made my head explode inside that shop, there was a lot of things that would cause an explosion. And
Perfect.
that shop was full of bike parts. So,
yeah,
if I try to mess with these bike parts and I try to put them near a fire, out of curiosity, I think they'll all explode.
you're learning fast. Perfect. So, we would like, actually, we talked to their boss, Mr. Morgan, and they gave us a room to sleep for the night. Okay? Because tomorrow we are going to have another job. They're going to tell us about it tomorrow. So, we can take this opportunity to talk to them, learn about their culture, what they do, and you can take this opportunity to learn how to modify bikes. Is that okay?
Yes.
Perfect.
Is our room within this building?
What?
Is our room
Rooms
within this
within this
building?
building.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Fable sets a strip in the middle of the street.
Well,
No,
you can
no,
wear
no.
clothes inside now with VIPs.
Oh,
No, you can't wear clothes inside. You can request to have clothes brought to your room, but when you're on the floor and in the bar area, you still can't wear clothes.
Okay.
Fable still continues to strip out here.
Fable,
Yes?
we have to strip inside because public nudity is probably illegal.
Oh. Okay.
Big no.
She walks into the lobby and continues stripping.
Okay, I just let her.
The woman behind the desk looks at you and goes, "It's gonna be warmer in the changing room."
Oh, I don't mind the cold.
Yeah, there's no point trying to stop her.
Yeah, just let her.
Whatever. And she goes back to what she was doing. And does everyone sort of pile into the changing room?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Pardon?
You have all been invited in as you have been offered a place to stay for the night.
Fable got
Delightful.
naked.
I will encourage her to put her clothing back on.
Oh, we have to get naked to go through the area.
Sadly.
Yeah, and there was no stopping Fable anyway, so
I think Fable is the one that wants to be naked the most out of the party.
Probably.
Leilu still looks, hesitant.
I just look at Leilu. Okay, so Leilu, our clothes are going to be brought to us in our rooms. We just have to go through the first floor, get to the second room, to the second floor, get to our room, and then you can put on your clothes back on. Okay? It's going to be quick.
The lady behind the desk sort of looks over and sees the group of you and goes, "I mean, if you're VIPs now, you're allowed to wear undergarments on the dance floor."
well, I guess it's better than nothing.
Suppose that's no different to what I wore at home. And she will proceed to strip.
Am I allowed to keep my necklace on? As she shows it to the front desk clerk, shows a necklace of like teeth.
No, unfortunately not. That must be put with your equipment that is being taken up to your rooms.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and as you sort of, as the lot of you disrobe and stack your equipment on the benches, you see a couple of wait staff, the two merfolk sort of enter and look at you and wait for you to finish before picking up your piles of clothes and taking them upstairs.
Okay, guys, so be free for the night, I believe.
Guess Fable, if you want to do some asking around of a mechanical tip, it might be a good time to do that now. I'm sure that tall, lanky fish man has some basic ideas. But again, I think one of us should stick with Fable in here just in case. I'll volunteer for now, but
Yes, of course. She has her eyes just covered by her hands, and she's muttering in Thalassic, God, why me? God, why me?
And yes,
Actually, a king would like to ask Leilu. So, Leilu, why are you so shy? Like, they don't really care too much about being naked, right?
I don't I don't exactly see why I am the outlier here.
I
Does
mean,
this not strike you as just a little bit curious?
curious in a good way, not in a bad way. But for you, it seems to be in a bad way. So, why is that?
Leilu, although it wasn't really your cup of tea, or wasn't really popular in your although it wasn't really popular in your sort of section of the ocean, you do know that in a lot of merfolk culture, nudity is an acceptable formal attire. Lots of formal parties and dinner events are attended in the nude.
Interesting.
I suppose that's correct. It's just, well, I guess I've gotten so used to land dwelling customs that I sort of. I guess it just feels weird when I'm outside of the water.
It's okay, Leilu, no judgment. I'll bring you a drink if you want.
I think I have an idea. A very stupid idea.
Those are the best ideas, so do tell.
Is there like a cup of water, or just do I have a pitcher on me?
A picture.
Not since your equipment's been taken upstairs. There is, however, across the room a bar with a couple bartenders behind it. Again, there's this tall, muscular merfolk man stood in the center, and then at either end there seems to be a pair of equally muscular but slightly shorter female bartenders.
She will approach one of the ladies and just politely and nervously ask for some water. Regular old water.
Of course, darling. She reaches down. Would you like that in a glass or a keg?
Any is fine. Please hurry.
She pulls out this gallon barrel, puts it on the desk, grabs what looks like almost a meat hook crossed with a crowbar, and just whacks the top of it and rips the top of this barrel open, and now you have this gallon barrel of water.
Light clap before she just thanks her, and then just starts chugging most of the water in this pitcher.
Yeah, you are welcome to, as you can just drink the whole thing if you want. You're a
She does.
merfolk. You are used to being full of water.
She doesn't drink the whole thing, but she does douse herself with a little bit. And it's only then that she removes the rest.
Much better.
And
yeah,
all of a
Kane,
sudden, she looks like she hasn't felt insecure about it at all. Like a light switch.
There we go, Leilu. Oh, you're fine.
Yeah, all I needed was to feel like I was underwater again. This is much better.
So, are you still going to your room, or do you want to party a little?
Are we in a rush?
Look, we have the whole night.
Then let's party.
yeah, and Layla, the first thing that sticks out to you is this big, dance floor that's this large wooden floor that's well waxed, and you see a big crowd of these naked merfolk all seem to be dancing in the middle of this dance floor.
Kane, would you like to dance with me? I could perhaps show you the.
She thinks for a moment, as if thinking, what's the silliest possible sea pun she could make?
I could show you the shellfish shuffle. Doesn't
King
actually.
just King just smiles and says, "Lead the way."
She will joyfully take your hand and just start cutting the rug. Is that the right term?
I have no idea.
I don't know. I don't dance. Well, I do, but not in front of people. Sound like I look like I'm having a seizure.
So yes, as Laylu and Kane disappear onto the dance floor, Ramona, are you following Fable?
Yes.
Fable, what do you wish to do now that you've gotten into this place? This place is full of people. There's the loud thumping music that you can feel in your feel in your chest. There's the lights that seem to be swishing and strobing around, filling the air. There are these booths around the outside of the walls full of merfolk chattering away.
Ramona, I feel like this is what death feels like.
No, I think Death's a lot more quiet and cold.
Oh.
It is quite humid here.
Is this...
The air is almost thick because of how much water there is in the air.
Is this what it feels like to be a heart? There's way too much beating.
No, I don't. I have no idea what it feels like to be a heart.
Okay, well...
It's just a fleshy organ.
It's really loud.
Yes, it is a little bit too loud in here. But well, if we can try looking around the VIP floor. There's might be someone on here, or we can try and find our compatriots from before. They were somewhere on the dance floor, but
I want to learn how to work more of those bikes. Also, that part that we stole,
yes.
I think we should steal it back.
Why would we steal it back? These people have given us a room and money.
There's something very magical and important about it. I want to figure out
Sure.
what.
Okay, well, I think we should probably not steal from the gangster, who is currently running at least control of this whole establishment, possibly more.
Okay.
But we can try and find out more about bikes if
Yes.
we look around, I guess.
I wonder if there's any kind of safety equipment so you don't fall off the back of mine again.
Yeah, I think a seatbelt might be useful.
You fell off quite easily. It was just a simple nosedive.
Yes, is when people don't expect someone to do a nosedive, it can cause them to not have very good grip.
And yeah, and as we're talking, Fable has her hands against her ears. She goes, "Oh yeah, I have to do this." She removes her hands from her ears and gives you a very awkward hug.
Oh, thank you.
Bless you.
Excuse me.
Ramona, I'm sorry for not being more considerate.
It's fine. Just try to do better in the future. That's all I ask.
I
Is
did.
always trying to do better. Good.
I was thinking of taking things off people's bikes outside.
That would have been a very bad idea, because then how would they react?
They would be mad.
Exactly.
And I don't care if they're mad at me, but I would care if they're mad at you.
Okay, but you should care if they're mad at you, because these people presumably have guns like the ones the strange black multiple-eyed dog people have.
Oh,
And do you
okay.
know what a gun is, Fable?
Does Fable know what a gun is?
I mean, Fable, you would have occasionally, because you lived largely in a magical forest, you would have occasionally seen adventurers that carry these large metal rods with machinery at one, with like stock and machinery at one end and an open barrel at the far end. You mostly seen what's referred to as Jezile carbines, which is basically a popular type of rifled musket. But that's all
Yes.
technical information for you as a player, not for your character.
Yes, I think.
Yes, and you understand that they are bad, and that you shouldn't annoy people who have them in case they use them against you, and you get hurt.
Yes.
Yeah?
Fable nods her head.
Yeah, so we don't piss people off who could hurt us in case they hurt us.
Yes,
Make sense?
it does. Fable will then go up to one of these fish folks. Excuse
Any
me.
in particular?
Huh?
Just hands crossed, fingers crossed behind Ramona's back. He's like, you got this.
Any particular fish folk? You
Um,
do see the ones you saw. You got the job off of earlier.
Yeah, I'm gonna go up to them. I have now
Oh,
come into
hello.
Hi, I have come to a possession of a bike. I wish to learn more.
Oh, you want to talk to Pops over there, and he points at the older looking one with the sort of greying edges around his chin and on his head.
He's the one that gave me the ride. She quickly rushes over to him.
He's just sort of sat on the table, not really talking to the rest of the group. He's sort of sat there with a drink in his hand. Oh, hello.
I required to learn more about bikes. I have acquired one recently, and I wish to learn how to. Well, I know how to ride them, but customization.
Oh, you want to learn more about tweaking them? That's fine.
I was told you're the one who knows.
Well, out of our little dishevel, yes, I do. I'll tell you what, you meet me outside in about an hour, and I'll teach you a little bit tonight.
We're outside.
I'll find you, don't worry. It's not a massive garden.
Okay, should I be wearing clothes?
Yes, probably.
Okay. I will meet you there in an hour. Thank you, Pops. That's what those one guys called you over there. But what is your name? What do you prefer to be called?
It's just easier to call me Pops like everyone else.
Alright, Pops. I'm Fable. I'd shake your
Nice to
hand.
meet you, Fable.
I'd shake your hand, but the noise and the music make me feel weird.
I suppose a place like this is quite new to outsiders, but yeah. Meet me outside in an hour and I'll give you the basic rundown.
Got it. Thank you, Pops. She runs back to Ramona. He said in an hour he'll meet me and he'll show me how to do cool things.
I guess we can get some food with the others. And then we can maybe, well, you can't have a drink. I might have a drink, depending on the situation. We've got an hour to kill. Is there anything else you want to do, Fable? Otherwise, the buffet sounds like a good place for you to be.
I'd go to the buffet with you. You sound like you want to go there. By the way, what did we get paid for our job?
We got a little bit of useful stuff and some money.
Would it have been Kane or Ramona that picked the reward off the table?
Let's say Ramona.
Ramona.
Okay, how much was it exactly then?
Pouch you were given had 65 gold pieces in it.
Okay.
Double check and make sure that's the right amount. Yes. 65 gold pieces and a scroll of water breathing.
Oh, very helpful. Yeah, in fact, table, there's 15 gold pieces for you here.
Don't question this dog.
So you might be able to use that on your bike.
Thank you.
Yes, do the two of you head up to the buffet?
Yes. I think this makes sense.
Lovely. So the buffet is actually in the VIP area.
Oh, that's fine. Slightly away from the music then as well.
Yeah. So as you go up the stairs, the music very quickly muffles. Fable, you're magically inclined. Can you give me a... Is there Arcana in Pathfinder?
A what?
Is there Arcana... Oh, yes. Could you please give me an Arcana check?
It depends. That's the thing. It depends on where the magic originates, because it can be arcana, nature, occult. You know.
It seems like it's arcane magic.
Yeah, 27.
27. As you sort of go through this doorway up these stairs, the music very quickly fades, and it almost twigs in your brain that it seems like the walls are magical because this wallpaper dampens sound.
Oh.
And that's why it very quickly becomes quiet when you leave through doorways.
The wallpaper
That makes a
doesn't
lot of
listen to
sense.
us. It dampens the sound. I like that.
But it is still this like soft. There's like a slightly. There's this floral pattern that flows through the wallpaper, and everything. The sort of background of this wallpaper is this sort of very dark purple foam almost. But the floral pattern seems to be this shiny red roses and green vines that run across the wall.
I wonder if the arcanic symbols are embedded with the paint or the fabric, the wallpaper. Oh. Food.
So yes, the two of you head upstairs, and as you get to the top of the stairs, where you looked left to look down this long hallway, if you look immediately right, there's another open doorway, and on the other side of this open doorway is almost a traditional restaurant.
Lovely. What does almost a traditional restaurant mean?
Other than the fact that all of the staff are still naked.
Okay, that's fine then. It's not as bad as something else.
No, there's someone stood behind a little podium, and as you enter, the merfolk stood behind the podium smiles and says, "Can I get the VIPs a seat?"
Yes, you absolutely can. A table for 2, but if there's a spare table next to it, that might be useful.
Are you expecting to be joined later by more?
There's a, 50-50. You never know.
Lovely, come with me. And he leads you away, leads you to this sort of long table at the far end of the room that looks like it can seat about 5 people.
Mm.
Take a seat and someone shall be round to collect your order soon.
This is nice.
And you sit down and there are these lovely heated velvet seats. You sit down on these seats and they're like comfortably warm. So you sit down on these seats and you look and there is like a little menu stand and a couple of wine glasses upside down atop napkins. Like a traditional sort of middle range restaurant.
This is a weird kind of cup. It almost seems like this top here can hold hardly any liquid.
I wouldn't worry about it for now.
Fable's gonna start like no, Fable's not that weird.
Kind of want to know what Fable was about to do then.
Fable's gonna spit at the top to see how much liquid it can hold.
That would be pretty weird.
Like, like, like drop a loogie. I made the wrong noises for both of those. Fable's weird,
yes.
but she's not that weird.
Shortly later, the same merfolk that sat you sort of wanders over. You're given about 5 minutes if you wish to look over the menu.
Yeah, lovely.
She sort of comes over to the table and she's holding a tray in one hand that's got a big jug of water and 2 tankards on it. And she puts the jug down and then the tankards in front of each of you and says, "Can I get you a drink from the wine list to start, or would you like food straight away?"
I think we will start with food, and we'll get 2 waters.
She's
What's
She
wine?
puts the jug. She puts the jug of this big glass jug of water in front of you and the 2 tankards.
It's just fermented grape.
Oh. I would like to try
We have-
all of your wines.
We have a wide array of wines, varying from wines locally grown.
Is this all free as a VIP, or?
We've been informed that you are under the direct care of Morgan.
Yes.
Therefore, the tab for tonight is being waived.
Then I think we would like to try all of your wines.
You'd like
Can
a
we
wine
get a bottle of
tasting?
each one? Yes, each one off the menu. Bottle, please.
Lovely. We shall have our... That's not the right word. Fuck, it is for now. Wineier.
Sommelier.
Sommelier, that's the one. Sommelier come over and give you a selection of wines for you to taste. Would you like to order food now?
Yes. What foods are your tastiest? And we'll have a sampler of all of them?
The sample platter of food, we have a meat platter and a cheese platter.
But both?
You can have both if you wish. Lovely. The sommelier will be over shortly.
It just looks at Fable. I think this might be quite enjoyable.
I'm hoping. The last time I ate something that I've never seen before, well, I enjoyed it, so I'm always down to try new things.
Upon that, will the 2 of you get settled and conversate at this table? We jump back to our 2 on the dance floor to see if they wish to do more with their evening.
Perfect.
What would the 2 of you like to do further with your evening? Would you wish to remain on the dance floor, or do you wish to explore another part of this club?
So we're dancing, right? I would like to ask Laylu if she would like to get a drink or no.
Leilu may be indisposed.
Maybe.
To be fair, about 5 minutes ago, I heard her brother come into the room, and that's normally the start of a disaster.
Oh, I see.
I actually forgot to unmute, and that wasn't my brother, that was my sister.
Your
Oh.
sibling- Either
Just as
way,
much as a
normally when
disaster.
your siblings come into your room, something tends to start.
Yep. Anyways, she will sort of do that girly giggle again.
I don't see why not. I'm getting a little bit tired of dancing anyway.
So to the bar then.
Whee! And she'll just hop on over. Do a little
Lovely.
And I
twirl.
follow.
The two of you jaunt over to the bar, and again, unless you've got a preference, you find yourself in the middle of this bar with this rugged, handsome merfolk standing there with a smile on his face, polishing a cup.
Ooh.
Rests hand on stairs.
What can I get the pair of you this evening?
I would like something. I would like a fruit drink with no alcohol, if that's possible.
You don't drink, Laylu?
It's not exactly that well, I just don't really prefer it.
That's okay. Is it okay if I drink?
Of course. I'm not your mother. Or am I?
Is that an invitation?
No idea what that would be an invitation to, but
Okay. I would like to ask for one of the ruby something he mentioned when I came by the first time.
the Ruby of the Sea, that is
Yes.
basically. And the man behind the bar looks at you, Laylu, and says, "Well, we can do any of our cocktails alcohol free, or we can give you, or you can have a number of fruit juices."
I'd like to try one of your cocktails.
Lovely. You can either pick a pearl diver, a ruby of the sea, like your gracious friend is having. You can have a seahorse, or you can have I had a list of ocean themed cocktails in my head and I've forgotten them.
I recommend the seahorse, actually. It was quite tasty when I had it.
Oh, that sounds adorable. I'd like that one, please. Oh, and do you
Lovely.
have any milk? Just regular milk?
Thinks for a second, thinks about the fact he looks for a second, thinks, and says, "We have cow's milk and we also have whale milk."
Wow.
She takes that perfectly normally. I was about to have her be confused, but I remember that she's a fish.
She is a merfolk. Whale milk is it was more common in your home, but on the surface it's quite a rarity. And it's similar to normal milk, but it's a little drier in texture. It's
I'll
thicker.
take. I'll just take the cow's milk, please. And if you could put in a bowl, if that's all right.
Oh, is it for the little one? And he sort of gestures with his eyes down towards Leo, who's sort of been following you around in a bit of a daze.
Ah, please. He definitely deserves it.
Coming right up, and you watch as again this bartender sort of spins around, picks a handful of bottles. This acrobatic flair, he chucks them up into the air, catches them together, And the first drink he serves is this Ruby of the Sea, and it's a drink where the bottom of the drink is this deep blue color, and it becomes more pale as it comes up. A iced slushy textured drink, and sitting atop it is a bright red cherry.
Sounds very tasty.
He then brings forth the seahorse, which he mixes together in a very similar matter. But you watch as where for your one he stuck bottles of alcohol in there, he picks these unlabeled bottles of various colors and mixes them in instead, sort of shaking it together, twisting it around, giving it a bit of flair. Pulls out one of these seahorse shaped glasses, pours it in there, and puts a little candy seahorse head on top of the drink. And then he very briefly reaches under the table and brings out this like dog bowl that's just got milk in it, and puts them all in the desk lined up, and looks at the two of you and says, "I've been told this is on Morgan's tab. Enjoy."
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Put the bowl down for Leo and then take a sip of her drink. Wait, hang on.
And Kane, this man gives you another wink.
I just blow him another kiss.
She will lift her glass, like to clink with Kane.
Oh yeah, cheers.
Cheers. Clink.
Clink.
Clink. And the seahorse is this lovely candy sweet, refreshing ice, lovely candy sweet refreshing drink with chunks of ice in it. And the Ocean of the Pearl, the first mouthful you get is very cherry and very very cherry and very vodka sort of, and as you go further down you get more and more mixed berry.
Oh, so it gets sweeter the further down you go.
Yeah, the further down you go, the sweeter it gets and the less forward the alcohol is.
I see, interesting.
It's like drinking one of those snow cones, that's what they're called. Except the sweetness is actually more on the bottom rather than just on the top.
Oh yeah. These drinks are very special. Never had anything like it.
And I must confess something to you, and it's rather embarrassing.
Yes?
Well, I said that I was nervous on account of the fact nervous to disrobe on account of this new environment, but that's only half the truth.
And what's the rest of the truth then?
Well, you see, on my first few weeks of coming up on the surface for the first time, I attended one of these land dwelling pool parties, I believe you call them. And I technically wasn't even meant to be there, but I was a very curious young mermaid. And, well, in spite of my invasion looking back on it, they invited me along, and I disrobed. And, well, I tell you what happened next, but I was chased off far before I could even describe it. I just know that there were a lot of unsavory words levied my way.
What the hell? But why were they like that?
Uh, well, there were a lot of these colorful decorations there.
Huh. What do you mean by that?
Pardon?
What do you mean by colorful decorations?
Well, it seemed like some sort of festivity. There didn't. It was very, like, almost childlike in a sense, but there weren't any young ones around. But it was very colorful, and some of the attendees were, I think they were dressed in a couple of, what was it? Oh, some of them were dressed in. Some of them were dressed in. All of them were dressed in black, actually, except for this man and woman who were dressed in black, and the woman was dressed in white.
Oh, it was a wedding then.
Ah, wedding.
Do you know what that is?
I know what weddings are. I just
Yeah,
didn't know that was what a land dwelling wedding looked like. Oh goodness.
yes. And I don't think that being nude in a wedding is appropriate. I think that's why they chased you off. King is
Oh
just
goodness.
laughing a little, but like it's okay. You were new to the whole land dwelling thing.
Honest. Honestly, I sort of regret telling you the story already because it's making me remember it, and now that I have these full details, it feels even worse.
Hey, Layla, don't worry. Look, you have to look back at it as something funny. You see, not something to be ashamed of. It was you were learning new things. Yes.
I suppose that's correct. This world is so strange.
Actually like your people's customs. Like being nude is sometimes seen as something bad and perverted in the land, and it's just I don't know. It's weird, and being free from that is well freeing, right?
I guess that's true. I have come across many, the fishermen were always the weirdest humans I'd met, or just land dwellers in general, but in particular, a lot of them would show up nude on the beaches I'd try to sunrest in, and they'd always be completely bare. So I was always like told to avoid alcohol for that reason, so you don't end up naked on a beach.
So that's why you don't drink.
Partially, it just I have a strong sense of smell, and it's a bit
Ah,
hard.
makes sense. Yes.
No, I don't want to end up somehow upside down on a ship that isn't even mine with a traffic cone over my head. That was something that I actually saw once.
Sounds like a fun story.
I suppose. I prefer telling stories of fishermen that don't involve them being, well, perverted. Ugh.
Okay. You. Yeah. Why are fishermen like that, right? It's always a fisherman or a farmer.
Well, perhaps if they had more women on their boats, then maybe they wouldn't have to constantly be like, right? She says, absolutely obliviously.
I mean, it probably would be worse, right? Like imagine a perverted man being basically alone on the sea with a woman.
Concerned look as she slowly tilts her head.
Oh, Layla, you don't know. Don't worry about that. It's not the night for this kind of conversation. We're here to have fun, remember?
Yes, you're right. I have been talking about myself so much. Could you tell me something about you?
Oh, yes. So, uh, actually, since I am an elf, I am actually quite old. Over 100 years, actually. How old are you, Layla? Just to compare.
Well, Merfolk age.
Wait, checking Pathfinder RQ?
Okay.
I believe merfolk age at roughly the same rate humans do.
Yeah, I don't really see anything special.
Well, we seem to age similar to most land dwelling humans. Uh, I'm about,
Did I even list an age? Oh god. I think I made her like. Oh god.
I'm 20.
And I am 125.
Goodness, I
Elves,
think you're old. Goodness, you're older than some sea turtles.
I am, actually. And I am actually not that old for an elf, which is surprising.
Yes, I do know that. You elves live for a very long time.
Yeah. Uh, the cane you know today actually only came to be at around when I was 70 years old or so, when I started being more, let's say, adventurous. Yes. I went to a big city, met some people, started doing some jobs, and then I kind of hang around with them, right? Became part of their gang, basically. And
No.
I got happier for a moment, right? For around what 50 years. Yeah. So their leader was this woman. She was an alpha, Carmilla, her name was, and uh, yeah, we worked together for a while, around 50 years. She was an alpha as well, and we kind of hit it off almost. I think Kane just starts thinking a little. He's unsure if they actually hit it off or not. And well, everything was going all right until one of her, let's say, pawns, in a way, got a bit jealous of me, and he kind of, well, scared me away from her. And now I'm here. So that's basically the whole story.
Sorry about that. I got intercepted.
It's okay.
Ugh.
Ah, that's really cool. Hmm. Do you think Ramona and Fable are doing alright? Ramona is capable, but Fable is, well, even Ramona has trouble with her.
I think they're doing fine. Fable's a funny one. She's a troublemaker, but she doesn't do it for, well, for evil, right? She just do what she thinks is fun or is right. Can you really blame her? She doesn't
I,
really know good from wrong.
I suppose. Hmm. Chex cup.
Two of you
No.
have had this conversation. You've been sipping on your drinks, and you seem to have both come to the end of your drinks at roughly the same time. Leo, too, on the ground, who's licking the bottom of his bowl dry.
So, would you like another or no?
You know what? Sure.
And again, you turn to the bartender, and instead of he doesn't say anything this time, but he gives you he gives the pair of you a knowing smile, and seems to wait for a drink request.
I forgot the names of the drinks. Can you give me the list again?
There is the seahorse, the pearl diver, the ruby of the sea. There is also crashing waves.
I would like a crushing waves then.
The crashing waves is a drink that comes in a pitcher. Would you like glasses with it?
Sure.
Lovely. Is this a drink the two of you are sharing? And he looks at you, Leilu.
Hmm. Sharing is caring.
This one does have alcohol in it, ma'am.
Mm, where's the harm in that?
Yeah. You're at a
Lately,
bar,
the
there's no harm at all. And again, he spins around with his back to you. He reaches up, you watch as his back sort of flexes as he reaches to the upper bar, stretching a lot of his muscles, and pulls bottles down, mixes bottles into the pitcher, puts ice in it, swirls it around, chucks a couple more things in there, sort of holds it up to the light, looks at it a bit, puts it back down on the desk, gets a little, puts it back down on the bar, gets a little pot out from under the bar, opens it, and with a bar spoon puts like a sort of bar spoon full of glitter in there, like edible glitter, puts the jar underneath the thing and tops off the drink, swirls it around in its hand and puts it onto the table, and you watch as the swirling drink with the glitter in really does look like waves crashing in the middle of the ocean as these clouds of glitter sort of float up and down and swirl and mix with the rest of the drink, and then he puts a pair of glasses down next to it. Enjoy.
Cheers.
Claps
Just
hands
Please.
eagerly.
Yes. This drink looks really pretty.
Yeah, and as you clap your hands, he sort of takes this over-exaggerated curtsy and then sort of wanders over to start serving someone else. And on that note, as the pair of you cheer your crashing waves together, we cut back to the other two up at the restaurant.
Oh yeah.
And sat in front of the pair of you are these platters of various meat. Is like a platter of various meats, all cooked, and a platter of cheese, and a sommelier stands in front of you with like a wheeled trolley that is essentially a wine rack, and says, "We shall start with the reds." And he pulls a bottle off the top of the rack and he pours each of you, sort of grabs the glasses from next to you, pours about a mouthful worth of wine in.
Why'd you turn it around and pour it in the bottom end? That amount could fit on the top end.
You must be new to the world of wine, it's tradition.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. And Ramona looks at him. Not sure how much wine you should be drinking either.
Why?
Well, we offer a spit bucket if you do not wish to drink the wine, but
What age do mer people start to imbibe drinks?
merfolk, generally, it's cultural for children as young as 10 to be offered glasses of wine with dinner. Drinking socially begins at 16. And most merfolk have sort of settled into their favourites in their 18, 19 range.
You're within one of those ranges, right, Fable?
Last I checked, I'm 16 years, 3 months, and 2 days old.
Is it odd that you know that so specifically?
No,
Okay.
you don't know your age well, when you were created?
No.
Oh. If you want, I can give you the hours too, down to the very minute detail.
That seems oddly specific, but for you, about normal.
And yes, these wines you're given are quite dry, strong red wines.
Lovely.
Yeah, Fable will take a drink.
What do you think, Fable?
It's
There's
not
a
as
bucket
sweet.
if you want to spit it out.
Oh, I swallowed it already. It could
Sort of
be
as the
better.
pair of you fill your mouth with these drinks, the sommelier takes the glasses, puts the first bottle back, takes the next bottle. There's about 20 bottles of wine here.
What? Yeah,
This-
Ramona's wondering if she's made a mistake.
And yeah, he sort of,
Bless
this
you.
sommelier just seems to keep
Bless you.
repeating the process as he lets you conversate, but as you take a mouthful of the wine, He takes the glass from you, moves on to the next bottle.
That one was extremely whiny.
Mister, do you mind just pouring all of them into one cup? Just a little bit of all of them in one cup?
That sounds like a poor choice.
It is.
I'm sorry, local regulations forbid us from mixing wines.
Oh, why is that?
Yeah, that's probably a good thing.
Did something bad happen? Are there special chemicals in each one that cause something horrendous to happen?
Personally, I don't know. It's just been a law of the city for as long as I've been serving.
Oh. Fable's about to open her mouth, but she turns and looks at Ramona and then closes her mouth.
A very reasonable law to have.
Can I get a spit bucket?
We're fine with mixing the having these wines as you give them to us.
Yeah, and he just sort of keeps pouring, lets you have the mouthful, and pours the next one.
Yeah. After like the first 10 of these, Ramona's realizing she can't tell the difference. And it's starting to feel the effects of this.
Fable's spitting them out at this point into the bucket.
Yeah, you're only ever getting a single mouthful at a time,
Yeah.
but by the time you're down to wine 10,
This was a lot more fun in her head than like actually tasting these.
he stops giving you reds, and he starts giving you rosés, and these are a little sweeter and a little less dry. Again, kind of all taste the same to you, Ramona. The only thing you can... Ramona, in your time out in the wilderness, the only thing you can really tell apart is, like, spirits. Something has to be really strong for you to be able to pick the difference. And again, you're allowed to pick from these boards various meats. They've all got little plaques by them that tell you what they are. You've
Do you
got
think
cheeses from places you can't pronounce. You're given plenty of yeah, you're given plenty of pretty much everything.
I have something for you. Daddy, I have something for you. You don't want it? Then I
Fable, while we drink the wine, you're gonna start shoving cheese in her mouth. Nom nom nom.
Lots of flavors. Some dry, crumbly, some soft.
Why does it sound like you don't know a lot about cheese?
I don't know a lot about wine, but there's a bit of advice I get from about wine information.
Snotty, you alright?
The
Snotty's like in a wind tunnel.
not so good. We're getting a lot of background noise.
It's fucking windy in here.
A windy.
I would recommend dropping Snot's volume a bit for now.
I don't know if I can do that. I think I
I
just
did
have
it.
to kick them.
I did. I dropped it on my end. I don't know about your end.
Same
What
here.
individuals?
Yeah. Yeah, just lower your individual volume if you're struggling to hear.
It fucking windy.
And fucking windy. So yeah, this wine and meat tasting goes on for a while. And it seems like it's been about 45 minutes now.
Are you feeling
Yeah,
okay,
definitely sort of.
Ramona?
Yeah, why wouldn't I be?
Ramona, could you make me a
No, I don't have my phone.
fortitude saving throw? because you have decided that you are going to swallow all of these wines. But yeah, Fable, your internal clock is telling you that it's been a little while. It might be worth, if you're going to head down soon.
Yeah. She's gonna look at the waiter and say, "Can I get all these meats?" And it looks, Ramona, did you enjoy the wine? Yeah. I want a bottle of each of these wines sent to my room so I can surprise it with my union and my other friends. I also want all this meat in a bag because I think Pops might like it.
Lovely. The meat to go and wine to the room. We shall
Yes.
get that done.
Each one. One each.
Thank you very much. And I got a 23 on my fortitude.
Lovely. Ramona, you can feel your cheeks are becoming flushed red. You're getting a little... You're not drunk, but you're a little stumbly.
Yeah, I had 10 glasses of wine. I'm not kidding myself.
You have, just with the mouthfuls, you reckon you've had maybe half a bottle.
Kind of impressive.
And yes, after a brief while, the waitress comes back to you with a what can best be described as a wooden box.
Okay,
It looks like a pizza box, but it's wood.
lovely.
And in there is the little meats, the display of meats. They've all been sort of neatly stacked, and they all have pieces of paper atop of them that say the same thing as the little signs did,
Ooh, super fancy.
which
Thank
is
you.
just like what the name of what the cut of meat is and where it's come from.
This is extremely good service. We'll make sure that Morgan is informed of how excellent you've all been.
Thank you very much. And yeah, you're left to leave. And as you walk back down,
Just want to say Fable also takes her spit bucket with her. Of wine.
the sommelier has already taken the spit bucket, unless you're going to argue with him about it.
Yeah, as he tries to reach for it, Fable goes, wait. Let me hold on to that.
Okay, but I suppose we'll collect it at the end of the night.
Yeah, I'll bring it back.
And he sort of gives this confused glance around as he pushes his rack away. And then the two of you, with your box of meat, head back downstairs and pass. You see Lelu and Kane having quite a conversation with each other as you two walk past.
I. Oh,
Anna?
Ramona? It's not okay to have other people drink out of your spit bucket, is it?
It's absolutely not.
Good. I just wanted to double check with you.
Why'd you ask?
Oh, I just want to make sure what I plan to do is okay. And then she continues walking.
Oh no. At it again.
Kane and Lelu, you see as Ramona and Fable pass you. Fable is holding this champagne bucket full of red liquid.
Oh my.
And she just sort of saunters past you without saying anything.
She's gonna say hi, at the very least. Hi.
She will wait and sort of passively say to Kane,
Looks like they got a full bucket of some sort of drink. I'm guessing Fable must have harassed them into doing it, but let's hope they share some with us. It looks tasty.
Sure does. What? What's funny?
No, that's Gabe laughing out of character.
Why? Because you're walking around with a spit bucket full of assorted wines.
Yeah.
I can make a reference that only I understand, but I'm not gonna do it because I have dignity.
Do it.
Do it. Do it.
No, don't tell me,
Sonny, you should
Continue.
do it. You should do it
Snotty,
just
is it
once.
going to be a Homestuck reference?
No!
It is, actually.
No!
It is a reference of Homestuck, isn't it? Because there's buckets.
No!
Yes!
No!
Yes! I understand!
Somebody continue speaking, please.
So yes, these two pass the pair of you while you're having your conversation and head outside. And Ramona and Fable, you head outside, you get dressed once more. You're in whatever clothes you decided to leave behind, whether that's your armor or just some casual clothes.
Yeah, probably a bit more casual than the full armor.
So yeah, you've got some casual clothes, and as you go outside, it's late in the evening. The park you're in is lit with magical lanterns. But as you look up into the sky, you can see lights, but you can see the very, very peak of night sky deep in this network of paths and gardens.
Okay.
Fable.
And Fable, you see at the far end of this garden, near where you've parked, is this older merfolk gentleman wearing his leather jacket and his dirty jeans, and he's sat there with his hands deep in one of the bikes. Not yours, one of the ones that his gang were riding.
Mm-hmm.
Fable quickly rushes over there. Pops!
Hello there.
I brought you meat. The bucket's for me. She sets the bucket down for a second. But the meat, assorted meats, I asked for the most expensive. There's this one, there's this one, there's this one. This one was really tasty. Then there's that one. That one's not as tasty. But this is as a thank you for what you're about to show me and teach me.
Oh, well, thank you very much. And he sort of picks he pulls his hands out of this machine. His hands are like dirty and oily, and he just sort of picks up this random chunk of meat and just sort of tosses it into his mouth. And through chewing, he says, "Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Do you know anything about these machines, or am I teaching someone completely new?"
So, what I learned is the things I've studied by just looking. When you were driving me, I studied the way you drove. I saw how you accelerated, had the bike itself fly and soar through the air. I've noticed the piece that your boss asked us to grab is this right here, and she touches the exhaust pipe. I understand that a lot of them are some of their parts of your friends as well as the other people parked here is not that good. I've realized that this thing runs on a sort of liquid that I do not fully understand, but I intend to taste test. And
Taste test?
whatever else is there is quite flammable. Due to the fact that the building that we got the part in, we blew up. Specifically me.
He sort of chuckles. Yeah, I heard about that. They were furious. Did a real good job on that one.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing I'm going to tell you is that I tell everyone, even if you think you know what you're doing. He points to the sort of pipes that come out of this central, the pipes that run to the front and the back. And he points to the tank on top and he goes, "These are full of pressurized gas. You have to vent the system before you do any work on them.
Oh, how do I do that?
I'll show you how to do that now." And he sort of grabs this like tank, this like metal barrel with this little contraption on the top, and he presses the contraption on top of the barrel against the fuel nozzle and he just presses the whole thing down, and you hear the same hiss you heard before. It seems like it's transferring the gas that's in the low pressure gas that's in this tank into the barrel he's holding.
Yeah, and Fable watches so intently. She sits on her knees, the bucket next to her, just watching and examining and observing. And
Lovely. And upon that, what I'm then going to say is we get to the end of the evening. You all know where your room is. You're socializing and chatting and doing what you wish to do. It is almost midnight, which means it is almost normally where we'd end the session. If people would like to, we can continue the session for another hour. But if people don't want to run for another hour, we will call this the end of the night. You will head to your rooms shortly after this, and you will wake up the next morning, and that's where we will start next session. If you wish to play for another hour, we will skip forward to the morning, and I shall introduce you a little further.
hour. That's me, though. Up to everyone else.
Jess and Gabby.
I can do it, sure.
Happy to
Let's
play
do
for
it.
another hour?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, as long as it's okay with everyone else.
Yeah. So you continue on the evening. Ramona, you watch as Fable is truly in. This is the most engrossed you've ever seen her.
Genuinely a little bit impressed with her, what she's been saying here. Like a little bit, it's like, oh, well done. Maybe you're not a complete lunatic. I have to be terrified.
Yeah, Fable seems to be deeply interested in these machines, and you sort of during this, Pops directs her to do something, and then he looks up at you and says, "I'll keep an eye on her and make sure she gets back to the room if you don't want to babysit anymore."
Don't really have anywhere better to be tonight.
You're welcome to say these are interesting machines.
Yeah, just sort of pay attention, but it's more just happy to watch. They're entertaining enough.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
in the middle of helping, as this conversation between the two are said, Fable says, "Is there a way to add what you call them, Ramona? Seat belts, belt seats, onto these? My friend Ramona almost fell from my bike."
Well, you don't get proper seatbelts, but you do get these. And he sort of pulls his jacket aside to reveal he's got this belt on it that seems to have two bits of wire, one at the front, one at the back, and clips on the end of the wire. And normally he sort of sits on the bike and clips one to the front and one to the back. This'll stop you falling off.
Oh.
You can get them pretty much anywhere.
Wonderful. We will make sure to get some of those in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then for however long Fable is willing to stay out there, he sort of stays with you, teaches you more about these machines, shows you how individual parts work, sort of shows you the tools you have, because although it's largely tinkerer's tools, there are a few odd tools that you don't recognize.
Yeah, she's
and
gonna.
Ramona, you sit there and watch as Fable is engrossed in this machine.
If this guy is waiting to stay till morning, Fable's gonna stay till morning. She is so.
This guy's willing.
engrossed.
This guy's willing to stay till midnight. So
Yeah.
like another 2 or so hours.
Yeah, when this guy wants to leave, that's when Fable's done.
Cool. And Leilu and Kane, is there anything you two wish to do more with your evening?
I would like to take one of the wine bottles and just chug it.
Yes, as you've been told that there's wine waiting for you in your room. You get to the room and there is 3 bottles of various wines and a note. The note simply reads, "Morgan will not pay for all of the wine."
I think God, that's
Oh fuck! Okay, it's reasonable.
So yes, he's happy to pay for the tabs and these 3 bottles of wine, but he's not going to pay for one of each of the 35 bottles of wine they have here.
Kind of fair enough.
I love the idea. Even when Fable's not trying to be a menace, she's being a menace.
Yes, we've established.
Okay, in terms of money, we have no money anymore.
Okay, don't do anything too foolish. What sort of lights is that? Why is their blinking?
squints, holds head with hand.
Are you feeling alright, Leilu? Are you a bit drunk, maybe? You're not used to drinking, are you?
I must. I feel. I feel like a dolphin that had just bitten a pufferfish.
Yeah, you're drunk.
Yeah, this flashing light Leilu's been referring to, she's just kind of staring directly into a strobe light.
Don't look at that, kids. You could get epilepsy.
Yeah. So I just pick Leilu's head and just turn it around to make her look at me and say, Leilu, you're not completely fine. Would you like to rest a bit?
We're having so much fun.
I know you're having fun, Leilu, but we can have more fun maybe tomorrow. You're not
Leilu,
completely well right now.
Leilu, please make me a fortitude saving throw.
Oh, okay.
Kane, how much have you been drinking?
I mean, I got the drinks we had, and then I kind of chugged like half a bottle of wine.
Yeah, could you also make me a fortitude saving throw?
I will. Let me check what my numbers are. +8.
Yeah, Leilu, this is the first time you've drunk in... I don't know, has Leilu drunk before? How much does Leilu normally drink?
She normally drinks enough to where she feels a little bit tipsy, but not like this bad.
I got a 22.
22.
Okay.
You reckon you can continue to stand and drink socially, but if you put much more in, you're going to want to sit down. Because
Okay.
the realization has sort of come to you that neither you or Leilu have eaten anything today.
True.
And this alcohol is currently sitting on an empty stomach.
Okay, I just tell Leilu, can you wait here a bit? Sit down, kind of. Try to rest and not vomit anything, okay?
She's currently, hugging Leo.
Get in the little guy.
Okay, I just leave
Okay.
Leilu be. Perfect. I just go down to the first floor and kind of get some food, like something to nibble on, right? Like a few pieces of meat, bread, cheese, that kind of stuff, and then bring it to the room so we can share it.
Yeah, you're actually allowed to order from the menu and have it brought to your room.
Oh yeah, then I just do that.
Is there anything in particular? You're shown the menu and it offers you things like steak, burgers, quite modern food for a place like this. Steak, burgers, there are a couple pizzas, there's some salads.
Let's
I
see.
forgot to,
Let
I forgot
let's
to
say
mention.
pizza.
Ooh, pizza. I forgot to mention I got a 21 on the fortitude.
Yeah, Leilu, you've drunk before, but not really this much. It's been a while since you've been partying, and you feel this uneasy wobble in your stomach.
Oh yeah.
Oh no. Leo. Leo.
But yeah, I ask for a pizza and one steak for the little lion.
It's funny how we keep calling him little, even though like his stat wise he's mature and he's like
I
a
think he's a
teenage.
medium creature. He's like dog size, like big dog.
Got a bit of hair on his head, but not like a full mane.
To me, he will always be a baby.
Always, he will always be the little man.
Listen,
Yes.
based on this one video I saw where a wolf that was like fully sized, like it looks like an adult, but it's only a few months old, and it was whining because its mother wasn't giving it attention because she was feeding her newborn puppies. So it's like, yes, it's physically an adult, but mentally it's still a puppy.
Yeah.
So yes, the waitress that was at the sort of at the podium says, "Very well, we shall have that brought to your room."
Thank you. And just while I wait, I just pour one glass of wine for me. Just start sipping it.
And you're offered this big wine list of 35 different wines, and you can just pick whichever one you want.
I just get like there are wine bottles in the room, right? I just get
Yeah.
one of those. Yeah.
Cool. Then yeah, you're given a sort of quite you're given quite a dry, fruity red wine, basically.
Oh yeah. I just start sipping it slowly.
And then you watch as this waiter brings the food through the hallways to your room and knocks on the door.
Open it.
And you let him in. You let him in. He says, "Dinner, sir," and then presents you with this sort of reasonably large pizza and then a extra rare steak.
I just smile, say thank you. That will be it for now.
Lovely. And as you take this food into Leilu, you're presented with this big old pizza.
She stops treating her lion like a fucking stuffed animal and takes a look at it.
Goodness. It looks like a. It looks like a. An island.
Calm down, girl. Just get a piece and eat it and lay down.
Yeah.
What's this pizza on? Is it on like a box or a plate or something?
It is on this large silver dish.
Okay.
Fancy.
She, in her wisdom, almost drags the whole thing off.
No, calm down, calm down. Just let me get you a piece, and we will wait. Okay? Is the pizza already cut into pieces or no?
No, but you are given this strange stick with a circular blade on the end of it.
Do I
Cutter.
know how to use it?
Yes, it seems like you can just cut like you would with a dagger.
Yeah, I just cut it into like 8 pieces or so.
Lovely. You cut it into 8 pieces, and the two of you begin to eat and settle down for the evening. And a couple hours later, Fable and Ramona return to the room. It's now midnight. It's very late. You've all been on your feet all day. Fable seems very engrossed in this new knowledge she's found, and Ramona's just kind of happy that everything's calmed down. Would that be an appropriate comment?
Yeah, no one got injured in the whole process of her learning something.
I finally experienced the tabletop thing of being nude.
And then you all eventually decide to retire to the beds for the evening.
Lovely. Yeah, what is our bed situation? How many beds did we end up with? Are any of us having to share rooms or beds or?
It is sort of, there is a central area that has a handful of sofas and a table and one of those, I can't think of the name of the thing.
Futon?
Futons, the long ones that you can like lay on with the
Chaise lounge?
one of them, yeah. I have no idea. One of them is central with like a central table, and it seems like this is a guest entertaining sort of space. And then to the each side of the room, to the left and right, you've got bedrooms. These bedrooms have double beds in them.
Okay.
But it also seems like the sofas will fold out into extra beds.
Lovely.
I lay down in one of the beds then.
Lovely. One of the beds has been claimed.
Yeah, I'll lay down in another bed.
We all share a room, right?
No, this apartment-y thing is split into 3 rooms. A central room with a handful of sofas that fold out into beds, and with like those lay-on bench seats that you see. And then in each room there is a double bed and basically nothing else.
Fable will take anything that's a hard surface.
Lovely. You're perfectly welcome to sleep on the hardwood floor.
That's exactly where Fable's sleeping.
Why?
I don't know, because
Well,
she wants her spine to stop working by the time she's in her mid-20s.
well, I guess in that case, Leo's gonna take your hypothetical bed, Fable.
You snooze, you lose.
Leo, Fable might go on that bed, and then Fable will just cuddle Leo. It's a win-win.
He will nuzzle you and also lick your face, and it kind of hurts because lion tongues are very horrible.
So yes, as you've all settled into the night, you've picked your bed, you get comfy. These are very silky satin bed sheets and very luscious duvets and many, many, many pillows. Far too many pillows to be comfortable. And you all settle in for the night. You all get your full night's rest.
Mm-hmm.
And unless any of you wish to awaken earlier, there is a morning call at 8 o'clock.
Lovely.
15 gold pieces, right?
15 gold pieces is what Ramona gave you.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, sorry, everyone can have 15 gold pieces. Remain's very happy to give you that out.
Mm.
And yes, there is this morning call in the morning. There is sort of gentle pan flute music that flows through the entirety of the apartment.
Remain wakes up very startled at this.
Last time I've heard something like this, satyrs tried to come and kidnap me.
And I only know, please. The water is still rough. I can't go out yet.
Yeah, I feel rough too.
I mean, yes, you were all drinking last night, and while
Oh, wait, I forgot to say something. Before Fable went to bed, she drank her spit bucket.
okay, people who saw you do that thought you were weird.
That's fine. She did it in front of everyone.
That's
It was-
as simple as that's gonna get. Anyone who
Yeah.
saw you do that gives you this almost disgusted look.
She did it right in the middle of our shared apartment.
Yeah, all of the party gives you a funny look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot that was the whole payoff of taking the spit bucket. Because she was told she can't mix it at the table, she just spat it all back out, and then eventually was going to drink it.
Yes. So yes, you awaken the next morning with this soothing morning call of the pan flute.
Are you not going to spend more time dwelling on the fact that one of our party members just drank their own beer and
I
alcohol?
was going to avoid it, to be honest.
Why?
Well, I wasn't going to draw attention to the weirdo drinking out of the spit bucket.
It's her own spit.
That doesn't
Yeah,
make
it's-
it any better.
What, would you rather someone, I don't know, someone else spit on the bucket
Yeah.
and she drank it? That's worse, right?
Yeah.
I think it's as bad.
It's as bad. I mean,
Is it though?
Yeah.
I think drinking spit out of any bucket, regardless of where it's come from, is kind of weird.
It's the best.
I mean, if in a bedroom context, whatever, I don't give a shit. But just sort of sat in the middle of a room on your own, drinking spit bucket wine, kind of weird.
Weird.
You know, if you're not going to use that spell scroll, I can think of a few ways it can be used. Wink, wink.
You want the spell scroll?
I do. I want to shove it in my
You're right.
Felia's mouth.
You can have it, but
What?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I could copy it, I guess.
Yeah, that's it. If I take the spell scroll, I can add it to my spell prepared spells I can do. But I have to have
Oh,
my
yeah.
female
Do that.
eat it.
Yeah, you can do that. It's water breathing. I don't think I can spare my 4 spell slots for that.
Wait, do you also have to like prepare spells like copy
Yes.
spells? Oh shit.
Yeah.
Magus's treat spells as wizards treat spells. They
Oh.
just get a narrower selection of them.
Shit.
I can only prepare like 4 spells per day.
I can prepare 6. 3 rank 1s and 3 rank 2s.
hey, who can cast water breathing more? Because we need someone who can cast it 3 times.
I can cast
Stable
3
is probably
times.
best. I believe water breathing allows you to select up to 4 creatures.
Yeah. Up to
Okay.
5 creatures.
Yeah, and for the sake of keeping it easier in my head, if water breathing is cast on you, it is also cast on your familiar.
Lovely.
I can take
It
it.
is like I'm like the only person who doesn't or have to worry about like water breathing.
Leo needs to water breathe.
Fun fact, I actually have air bubble as a thingy, like
Oh.
just in case.
That's fair.
Like-
Smart move.
I mean, you never know what could happen. Like, I don't know, you failed a will save and then you trip in the pool and hit your head on the side or some shit.
And you are, you all know that when you're ready, you can speak to Morgan, and Morgan is willing to answer any questions you have, and will set you off on a new quest this morning.
Got it. Fable
And
is ready. After she does her daily preps, she takes a little head. It respawns. She pulls it out, puts it back on her little waistband. I don't know about the rest of you, but Fable's ready. She doesn't know about the second job, does she?
Yeah, we told you about the second job.
Oh, yeah. But she doesn't know where to meet Morgan.
No, I don't think any of us.
Yeah, King just stretches and gets ready.
What we don't know about is we have to pay for the wine.
She gets up, holds her head, and then grips it. Oh god. Oh. Oh. God.
Are you sure? Are you sure you can go to the meeting, Lulu? You seem to be a bit tired.
No, my head hurts.
Yeah, that's normal.
Oh, I am never doing that again.
She will actually. Wait, do we have to put something on?
I don't think so.
No,
No, you don't think so?
I think we want to go more naked if that's formal attire? Question mark.
VIPs are permitted to wear undergarments if they desire,
I'm gonna keep
but
my gloves.
they don't have to.
Gloves and my head.
And do you know that when you spoke to Morgan last night, he was completely naked. He wasn't wearing anything.
Hmm.
I'm going naked.
Confidence, I like it.
Fable's keeping her gloves on. The gloves help her with her gloves cast telekinetic hand, so she's keeping them on.
Fair enough.
Is it like a Michael Jackson style single white glove?
No. The
I know
item
I can't
itself.
unsee it as that.
The item itself is known as the charlatan's glove, but once Fable starts dressing like a biker, then yeah, that's the kind of glove it's gonna be. For now, she's dressed like a witch.
So yes, when you're ready, you know that you can head into Morgan's quarters again and meet them.
Fable's ready. It's just the rest of you.
I'm
She's
ready.
waiting on.
Ramon is ready.
Yeah, I'm ready as well.
Lovely. So as similar to the night before, you leave this room into this long corridor. You amble down to the other end, and there's the unique special door with its metal frame and gold inlays. And just like last time, one of you knocks on the door, and a few seconds later, the light goes green above it, which means you are welcome in.
Fable will be the first to enter.
As you step through into this room, you get the same porch from last night. You wander around the edge of the room, and again, but this time, sat on one of the sofas reading a book, sits the same merfolk Morgan reading through his book, and he seems to have a spear resting along one of the other sofas. Ah. Heroes of the hour return. I hope you had an enjoyable night. You seem to have racked up quite the tab. Sorry about the wine. I wasn't willing to pay the 10,000 gold for one of each bottle.
Oh,
Can I tell if he's kidding or no?
Make me a perception check.
Let me check my perception. Natural 20. Okay.
Natural 20. He is a very confident merfolk. You reckon there's probably truth to the words that come out of his mouth.
Oh, so we actually have no money. Okay.
No, you were. That's why there were only 3 bottles of wine in your room, because he didn't want to pay for all of them. So
Yeah.
he picked 3 from the selection and paid for them.
Yeah.
So you
Perfect.
don't actually have a tab here yet.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
is it 10,000 per bottle or 10,000 total?
Well, if you wanted a bottle of each of the wines here, it's going to cost you approximately 10,000 gold.
Oh, okay.
Yes, very extravagant spenders you seem to be. Nice choice of cocktails, though. I particularly like the crashing waves.
Oh yeah, it was lovely.
It was. But I feel like I got hit with a monsoon.
Yeah, Lalo here isn't used to drinking yet.
No, and if you're not ready, a night here can be quite
Deadly?
overwhelming
Yes.
with the music and the drinks and the friendly people.
I have a question. Does the music have to be so loud?
It's only this loud at night. If you go down there now, there's no music playing at all other than a single one of the bards they let in, and they pay the bard for the day, and then the DJ comes back at night.
Alright.
But yes, is there I assume you're all new except for maybe this lovely lady, and he gestures to Leilu. You all are probably new to this place. If there's any questions you have about the city, feel free to ask me before I tell you about this
I need to
job
know
I want.
tools for Pop. The same tools that Pops uses. Where do I buy them and how much do they cost?
As much gold as we can carry, or you'll offer us for the job, and then we'll be able to buy our own tools, unless you can offer us a discount.
I don't keep tools. I leave it down to the
Of course.
individual members to look after their bikes here. We pay them well enough. But normally these sets of tools are open quote, whatever price Tinkerer's tools are, close quotes.
Fun fact, I looked
Lovely.
it up. There's no Tinker's tools. There's tools long and tools short. Tools short
There'll be
count like drill bits and drills, and stuff like that.
You will, if it's stuff like that, then you're going to require both
Both tools
long
long
tools and
short.
short tools.
Got it.
So yeah, whatever the cost for those is, whatever he says the cost for those are.
And those
You can buy them from basically any mechanic shop.
14 silver pieces. Hell yeah.
And for this job, seeing as this is an off the books job, I can't exactly.
off the books. Why would this one need to be off the books?
Well, this is a personal favor to me. I don't want any of the other members of the Flying Murlocs knowing about this. Kane, upon him saying that sort of almost triggers something in your brain that this is a job you should be concerned about.
Yeah.
If he doesn't even want his own guys to know about it.
I just look at him and say, "Well, Mister, if you tell us about this job and we don't think it's up to our qualifications, is it okay if we decline the offer?"
I suppose you're welcome to decline the job if you want, but it's not a terribly difficult job. I just need you to deliver something to a Riot Wave shot caller off the books.
All right, wave. But didn't we just rob them for you?
Yes.
Sounds dangerous to be going back there.
No, the shop you visited was a bit of a nobody in the Riot Waves. I just need you, and besides, they likely wouldn't recognize you. I need you to deliver this letter and package to a workshop called the Blot Hast Hound.
Oh.
Up in the heights of the city. And he sort of presents the group with a sealed letter and a sort of 1 foot by 1 foot package that's wrapped in this paper and tied with a string.
Lovely.
Okay, so this package, how heavy is it?
Package is maybe half a kilogram to a kilogram.
Okay, that's light. Okay.
So
I
it's
will.
about the weight of a bag of sugar.
I see.
That's
I
my
would like.
fucking reference.
Yeah.
How heavy is a bag of sugar?
Approximately a kilogram.
But yeah, I would like to ask Mr. Morgan. Well, would you let us know what's inside the package or no?
It's a gift for a. It's a gift. He seems hesitant to answer.
Okay, perfect. What do we get for the job?
He reaches under his desk and brings out this gorgeous, artfully designed, with like inlays in the guard and a sort of ring pommel and a blue leather wrapped handle with a blue scabbard with lovely sort of wire fittings on it. This bastard sword.
Ooh.
I have this enchanted magical bastard sword that I can offer you. It's from my personal weapons collection. It is extraordinarily nimble, and he sort of draws it from the scabbard, and almost, for a sword that size, the way he swings it seems effortless.
I just look at the group and kind of asking, so is it okay if we get the job or no? Like, what's your
Magic.
opinions of it?
Do we want a magic sword? It sounds good to me.
Yeah, I agree.
And he sort of re-scabbards it. This sword is adorned with the rune of finesse, which makes it almost as light as air, and wielders that are normally less endowed with strength can wield this weapon. Stats wise, you can wield this weapon with dexterity instead of strength.
Oh, lovely.
And it is all yours, and all you have to do is deliver that letter and that box.
Sounds good to me.
That sounds almost easy.
Shiny.
And we're not allowed to open it beforehand, right?
You're not allowed to open it at all, I'm afraid. It is a gift.
Okay.
When he says that, he seems quite firm. He's normally got this sort of posh, aloof air to him, but as he says that, he's sort of serious up and becomes quite firm in his words.
Fair enough.
We won't make any attempts like that.
Sounds good then. So
Absolutely.
we'll make the delivery today. I believe we should be back around this afternoon or so.
Lovely. And if you return once more, we shall allow you to stay the night once again.
If we return, you make it sound dangerous.
Well, it's not dangerous. You could merely choose not to return. I heard you had a couple of you were uncomfortable here last night.
Were we?
Chris,
Well,
fuck off, mate.
2 of you stood outside for 3 hours.
Well, that was because somebody was doing some bike investigation. Or do you mean the
Oh,
outside
get
for
off.
the nudity? Yes.
they said
Maybe
I
you're
was
not.
too young.
Well, I was
Human
just
cultures.
I was just attending to my injured friend here.
Just gestures to Leo.
There is no. I take no offense to this. I understand some of you land people's what do you call it? Reservations about the merfolk culture. It's very
Different.
different, open. I find human and other land-dwelling cultures tend to be very closed off and reclusive to themselves.
The
But
culture has a
if you
lot
wish,
of loud music.
yes, our music travels much better under the water.
Indeed.
Although it was the land dwellers that introduced us to the idea of cocktails, and that's been a fabulous addition to our nights.
Good. At least it's good to know we've done something to help you people. Otherwise, this whole place seems to be doing very well without any outside help.
Well, we've got a few staff that are non-native.
Oh.
They're lovely additions. The lady behind the front desk, there's 3 or 4 of them, but the human one seems to be delightfully polite.
Do people not look down on you for having non-merfolk?
They can look down all they want, but as long as I'm the boss, if they wish to argue with me, they can argue with the security.
It's true. Talking about
Good to hear.
security, I have a question. Where are they from?
They're not from here. They're from I don't actually know where they're from. They were a group. They're a group of Golomar. I think they come from I think they come from quite far inland. It was a group of 8 of them, and they came to the city and were feared by most of the merfolk here because of their intimidating presence. But in a place like this, that's what you need.
Interesting.
Understandable.
Wow.
That's pretty nice.
They're certainly threatening, I'll give them that.
Yes, terrifying.
That's true.
Yes, when they came here, they didn't speak common. Well, most of them still don't speak common, but they don't need to down here. We can They don't need words when they look like that.
No, definitely not. Yes, you have yourself quite a little powerhouse in this place. I assume you're one of the more formidable branches of the Flying Murloc.
I like to think so. There are lots of us. We're quite a... I wouldn't say we're a fractured group. There's still communications between the branches, but we tend to operate independently and only come together for larger, more important operations.
Lovely. There are lots of large operations. They sound like something that could be quite valuable to be a part of.
No, they're pretty rare. The last large operation was a bit of a large scale. Well, calling it a war is so unpleasant, but conflict between us and the riot waves.
Oh. You must be on much better terms now, especially if you're doing whatever this is with them.
Like I said, this is a personal matter. This is not to be mentioned to the rest of the flying Murlocs. But I was never one. I was never one for the fighting. I find the riot waves prefer to be up, and we prefer to be down.
Lovely.
So, other than a few turf wars in the middle, we tend to stay out of each other's way. Of course, there's the Coven, but they're hardly a problem, and
The
most of our members
Coven?
don't believe they exist. The Coven, the Moist Coven.
The Moist Coven.
Moist Coven.
Tell me more. Fable's eyes widen.
Well, there's lots of people.
Non-existent gang.
Lots of people don't believe they exist. They're treated more as a boogeyman than an actual gang. Although, if you're in the know, he says that with almost like a smug air to it. You know that.
And of course, you are in the know.
Of course. They're more of a secretive group. Smaller group that operate in and amongst the shadows and seem to mostly be preoccupied with their own survival.
But they are real.
Well, if you ask some of my men, they'd say no, but I'm
you
sure
know better.
they are. I've
How do
never
we
met
make them
any
come
of
out of the
them,
shadow?
but
I want to
well,
talk to them.
That's the thing. They're a group that is very secretive. They tend to... People who talk too much about them tend to disappear very quickly.
Oh, so we should... No. Fable?
Fable...
That doesn't mean you should start talking about them straight away. We need to think about what we want to do first.
It's a coven, Ramona. I've never been able to meet
but
a
they're
coven.
they're called the Moist Coven.
But maybe they
And
can teach me.
it's not the greatest coven name in the world. That's all.
I actually don't believe they are a coven, and it's just a gang name, most likely.
That's also a very good possibility. And we don't want you joining any random gang. We've got to stay in this gang warfare together.
Then let's all join the Moist Covens.
Well, we don't know they exist.
But he said that
if they definitely... Well, if we meet them, we're sort of talking to the Flying Murloc. I don't really want to be talking about joining other gangs whilst in conversation with, them.
We're keeping this on the down low, right, Morgan? Just like the box and the note?
Well, unfortunately, the non-merfolk among you would not be able to join the Flying Murlocs.
What?
It is, the Flying Murlocs is a merfolk-only gang. We are happy to work with non-native contractors, but membership is never offered to anyone not of sea birth.
Oh.
That is
Really?
okay. We are happy to just work with you.
Yeah, of course we are.
Of course, your continue alliedship and contracts are very welcome and very happy, and most of the gang are friendly to outsiders, but
Not all of the gang.
rules state that non-merfolk cannot join. In the
I'll start my own
last,
coven here.
in the last, 5 years since we've been on the surface, there has been one exception to that rule.
Oh.
Oh,
It was a elven lass who was born here but not of mer descendant.
okay.
But other than her, in the last 5 years, we've not had a single member.
What's her
Interesting.
name?
I believe it was Cowling or something along those lines.
Oh, okay. I see. Interesting.
Cowling isn't that a type of scaffolding?
I believe
Well, we'll
I
be
believe it's
sure
a
to.
type of wine.
Oh, well, shows what I know. We never got to try all the wines, obviously. You're aware of that.
Yes, you're big. I appreciate big spenders, but I'm not made of money.
Yeah, you're made of scales, like a fish. Merfolk. Right? And she
Sorry,
touches him.
maybe it was just an assumption with you sort of owning the bar.
Fable.
Yes?
Uh, most merfolk don't really like their scales being touched. They
Oh.
are sensitive, yes.
Most people don't like being touched without you asking in general.
Oh,
Most creatures.
Fable, do you touch this man?
Yeah.
As you touch this man, you notice that there is a very, very strong emanation of psychic magic comes from his skin.
Ooh. Psychic magic.
Hmm.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
You
Yeah, psychic
Fable,
powers?
you suspect that he is strongly imbued with psychic magic.
Yeah. Fable's gonna remove her hand afterwards without being told to
Yeah,
immediately.
you feel it, and it's almost like this sort of resonant hum that runs through that feels like it runs through your blood.
Yeah, that's like some fey shit there.
I was gonna say, can you get merfae? But I guess you can get any kind of fae. They have sex with whatever, right?
Yeah, fey folk, whatever.
This was something I saw while looking up my ancestry. There can be there are like merfolk with elven ancestry in them.
Actually,
Interesting.
sorry,
I think everyone.
Fable, you have heard stories about what this man is, and he
Oh,
is one of these. You will be able to share if you wish with the group.
Yes. Send this shit.
how scary is he?
But yes, you have been told stories about creatures that look like this and emanate this psychic aura. But whatever stories you have been told, this one seems to be quite personable.
Yeah, when Fable touches him, feels this, and moves her hand off, she wiggles her fingers a little bit with all that like energy going through her, and then moves it back to her side.
Yeah, on your fingertips where you touch these scales, it's almost like pins and needles. And he just sort of looks down at you and says, I'd prefer you didn't do that.
Yeah.
Fable, we've talked about touching people when they don't want to, and touching things when you haven't been told to.
Yeah, Fable just keeps looking at this man. At this
With this experience, Fable, you see this man in a new light. This is not just some flamboyant fish man. This is some monster that is pretending to be a person.
Oh,
Yeah. She
My.
I haven't got the thing
Maybe
from
not
you yet.
maybe not physically, but there's this sort of dark, uncomfortable air when you're this close to him.
Yeah, and Fable is not liking that at all. Fable, I mean, being in a magical forest, I assume Fable still understands what the fuck monsters and evil is, even though she, you know,
Yes, Faye, you understand that there are monstrosities that have been twisted by magics and
yeah.
maybe previously were once something else but are no longer, and you get that faint sort of feeling about this man now that you've touched him and you're close to him.
Yeah, she will take a
Oh.
step back. And usually when everyone tells Fable don't touch people and people say don't touch me to Fable, Fable doesn't step back. She just moves her hand away. But this time she'll step back and like very cautiously. She's not trying to hide it.
No. Looks like she's finally learning. I didn't mean that in a rude way.
no, it does seem like she's finally learning. In a good way. I hope.
But yes. Is there anything more you'd like to learn about our gracious
No.
city?
Just where your contact is for me, I'd love to get on with our job. Like professionals.
I do love a good professional. You will find my contact at the Flus hast found.
Yes. Which is where?
Almost
Other than
directly
up?
up from where we are here.
Oh.
It is probably a couple miles. This is a very large city. It's towards the upper limits. You're looking for Dylan.
Dylan?
Dylan. He owns the shop.
Lovely.
And please make sure that my gift gets to him in one piece.
Yes. Of course, we would make never. Uh, your gift arriving will make sure it happens with our lives. And she like looks around, panicking about what she's saying. Like she'd love someone with a bit more charisma to take over, but
Can everyone please roll me a perception?
Yeah.
Yes.
26.
18.
21.
21.
21.
21. So, first thing, I'm going to go to each of you individually. Your skills determine that you each seem to learn different things from where you are.
Ooh.
Mm.
So, well, I'm going to start with Fable, because Fable got the lowest, I think.
No, I got the highest.
You got the highest. What was
20
yours and what was Leilu's?
26.
I said 18.
18. Sorry,
Yeah,
I got
you-
the
you-
two of you the wrong way around.
Ow.
Leilu, you're very this sort of memory comes to you of what this creature actually is, and you're almost unsettled by this knowledge. This to you is not a man. This has suddenly to you no longer become a man. This is now a monster disguising himself. Because even though speaking to you, he's very personal and he's almost arrogant in the way he talks, like he's talking to people he knows. The stories you've been told about creatures like him are deeply rooted in, and it's the sort of thing you were told as children. The sort of, don't go out at night, these monsters will get you and will take you away. And before you now stands one of these creatures.
She looks. She just flinches a little bit, but stills her face.
And Ramona, you get you pick up your natural instincts as a sort of hunter and tracker is telling you that this man is asking you to be a courier.
Yes.
You have done this before to make a little bit of extra gold here and there, deliver a letter through a dangerous forest, that sort of thing. This guy is being weirdly secretive about this.
Yes.
And
That's he's made it very clear to not open. But the only thing going through my mind, and she's worried it's a bit of a fable thought, is that she just wants to open this package. But she knows that's probably not a sensible thing to do unless we need to.
no, but in that brief moment that you watched Fable touch this person and then back away, which is uncharacteristic of what you've seen of her so far.
Yeah.
Fable felt something wrong. And I don't know what that says to Ramona personally.
That Fable thinks something is wrong is something scary.
And then, Kane, you picked up that this man is trying. There are shady deals. This man is trying to do something really shady. The fact that he doesn't even want his own men to know about it means he's worried about something. And for a man this powerful to be so worried about something he doesn't want his closest men to know about it says something about the job you've been given.
Yeah.
And finally, Fable, you touched this man and you suddenly got the deep, unsettling feeling that this is not a man, this is a monster. The pins and needles that run through your fingers, the psychic resonance you felt pump through your blood was almost overwhelming. And this creature is asking you to do something. There's some deep-seated, unnatural, almost pushed upon you fear that you do not want to disappoint whatever this thing is.
Where?
It's very concerning.
Yeah.
And then you all sort of return to the moment at hand, and this this fish man is stood there, and he sort of seems to be standing there with quite an aloof pose, leaning over to one side. If there's nothing else I can do for you or you can do for me, please, this letter is of great importance.
Of course, we will get right on that, boss.
Don't call me that.
Sorry,
You can call me Morgan.
Morgan. Sir?
He sort of sniggers as you say that, and just goes, don't worry about that. You're contractors, nor not soldiers.
Soldiers.
I would not expect you to do anything other than make sure your bottom line is insured. And though
Yes.
I can't offer you gold for this, I like to think that this beautiful sword would be adequate compensation.
Oh, we could always flog it if we need to, right?
Of course.
Right?
Once
Well,
it
I'd
is yours, it
summon
is yours to do as you wish.
Yes. Good.
And yeah, unless you have any more questions, he sort of stands there with a bit of a smug smile on his face. And if you stand around for more than about 30 seconds, he sort of says, well, feel free to get started as soon as you're ready, and then goes and sits back.
Yeah, I'm leaving. Gonna leave straight
Yeah.
away.
Who has the
We don't need to
package?
hang around.
Kane?
He handed the package to Kane.
Okay.
Cool. Good choice.
Kane,
Just make sure.
you have been handed a paper-wrapped parcel that is approximately 1 kilogram and 1 foot by 1 foot. You've also been handed a wax-sealed letter.
This is stressing. I am not sure if you should be doing this.
No, it's not top tier quest we've got, but if we do it, it might be good for us.
Like, if he's scared of something and he's like this huge monster, like faking to be the leader of a merfolk like
Yeah,
gang,
but it
right?
could be really good for us if we get him on side.
Yeah, but like if
We
he's
don't-
scared of something, imagine what that thing he's scared of
Yeah,
is, right?
that's it.
So
Let's make
I
this-
vote to be scared with him and work for him for at least a while.
I vote we get this job done and leave him.
That's fair. Yes.
Well, we'll see how easy it is for us to leave his service.
Yeah. But yeah, let's do this job, come back, tell him it's finished, we're done, we're leaving the city for a while.
Well, we've still got to find this whale character.
That's true. We can ask him, right? After this job.
Maybe if he might like us enough to give us important information.
Yeah,
What if we tell this man too much? He'll try and keep us on the hook for more job.
true.
Kane, Ona, that thing in there is
Mm,
not good.
no.
I
Right.
noticed.
No, you don't understand. Not good, as in just a monster. Fable is like shaking a bit as she says this. Once we're out of sight of this, of Morgan.
Yeah, I don't know if you start to have this conversation in the hallway or if you decide to go to the bedroom.
I think as long as we're out of earshot of everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, once the door closes behind you and the walls are covered in this magical dampening
Yeah.
wallpaper, so no one can hear what you're saying.
Fable, are you okay?
That thing in there we need to stay away from.
Hmm. It's a bit of a shame. Seemed quite nice.
He's not.
What exactly was wrong with him?
The magic around him. He has. It's so Gath. It's more like, is there a feeling of this is not its real form when I touch
No,
him?
this seems to be his true form, but his very blood and spirit seems to emanate psychic magic.
Yeah, he emanated a type of magic. This psychic magic, some sort of something strong and powerful, and It it struck into me. It was
What does that mean?
this type of thing a monster would have, and not just any old monster, but a strong and wicked one. I can't willingly. If I knew before, we wouldn't be here.
Well, we didn't know, and we've taken the job now, so there's not a lot we can do about it. I mean, how hard can it be to deliver a package? I mean, what could possibly be in here that could be so
Well,
bad?
We're all going to die.
No,
That's
of
all.
course we're
There
going
was
to die.
something. When I examined the other vehicles, and last night, did I find out that exhaust pipes are naturally magical or have some sort of magic in them? Yes or no?
Most of the exhaust pipes are not magical, but from the sort of conversation you had, Pops told you that he specifically wanted that one because it was magical and would make his bike run silently.
Okay.
Oh,
He talked about how despite the boss living in this nightclub with this pounding music, he's really not a fan of resonant
noises.
sounds.
All right.
Just make note, if we have to fight this guy later, he's weak to sound.
Yeah. Right. So sonic energy or sonic attacks. Uh. Yeah.
It
Fable.
might not be, but that's how I read that.
Yeah.
But he seems to be able to tolerate loud noises. He just seems to dislike them.
Hmm. Well, we just have to make a loud enough noise then, right?
Look. If we can do this job, I don't know. I just don't think any of us should be here anymore. And I think I should get Pops out of here too. He's too good for these people.
I mean, how terrifying a creature is this? We knew they were bad people already, but how bad can they be?
I mean, would Pops even believe you? That's the thing.
What,
Maybe
would
not.
Pops care? Is it
Who's
that
nice
terrifying a creature?
Fable nods her head. I don't like to think the worst of things, but that type of creature is one. You have to. If you touched him, you would have possibly felt it too. It's not.
I'd rather not touch him if I can avoid it, but I'll take your word that he's something bad, but we've got to do this job for him for now. And how scary is he? Is he something that can hold us hostage, take our souls?
DM. What would Fable
Yes.
know?
Fable can make me a recall knowledge.
What's the base stat? What, I mean, like, recall knowledge of which thing? Which skill would I use?
Say like a folklore skill.
I have
We have like a law.
I have a forest
It-
lore skill.
It wouldn't be forest law. He is entirely a sea creature. I will let you pick a occult knowledge or nature.
Occult it is. Did we get a hero point at all?
Sure, you got a hero point for having a whale of a time last night.
Sweet. 19.
19.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Fable didn't cause any trouble last night.
So you don't really know much about creatures from the deep ocean. But the name Mind Weaver appears sort of in your memory, and what little you can remember of these Mind Weavers is that they're merfolk imbued with a natural-born telepathic magic.
They sound terrifying.
Yeah, and she says that they're known as mind weavers, and they have quite powerful psychokinesis.
Mommy, can you please?
And can you also roll me just a flat d20 check?
Oh yeah, I can.
What does he like?
That is a 9. Lovely. So that is odd. And something that appears in your memory as almost like oh wait, I remember being told this once by someone at some point. The Mind Weavers specifically are like leaders to these people.
Okay.
These are actually a humanoid race, and Mind Weavers are like not quite religious leaders, but seen in a similar sort of light.
Yeah, and Fable would tell everyone that as well.
I
But
would
they sound
assume.
like a leader role more than a, evil dictator role. You sure we can't trust this person? They seem like they can make a very helpful ally in searching for the whale.
What if he is the whale?
Wouldn't he look a bit more whale-like?
I've been saying
Or is
Well,
that racist?
there's something that's been nicking at my mind, and it's the fact that what if we're not looking for a literal whale?
That would. We're in a city of underwater creatures, and they're called the whale. Surely they've got to look like a whale.
Yes, but mermaids can't exactly fly, can they?
Well, with the bite.
You get what I mean.
I guess you're right, but that we don't even have any idea where to start or what we're even looking for then.
Out of game. Fuck, her armor looks so gaudy, but it's on purpose. Anywho.
What do you all say we do?
I think we've got to do this for this man first, and then we can try and get out of his sort of employ if he is an evil person, as Fable claims. But we've got this package, and I mean, we could always open it, but that would probably put us on bad footing with him.
I also don't entirely trust what's in here.
No, we could be delivering a bomb. We did rob these people before,
I did
tricking
bomb them
us into
too.
being the middlemen. Yeah. We could be being led into a trap.
Kane, do you mind if I look at the package?
As long as you don't open it, sure.
Alright. When Kane hands it over, Fable is gonna cast Detect Magic on it.
The package specifically is entirely non-magical. Same with the letter.
Oh.
Both
Okay.
items are completely mundane.
Do any of you have the spell Light?
Light?
No.
I don't think so.
Shakes head.
Fable is gonna take this letter because I'm assuming it's like a simple envelope.
Yeah, it just seems to be a simple It seems to be a simple envelope with a wax seal.
She's going to put it close to a light source and see if she can see through it.
Lovely. Make me a perception check.
25.
25. Looking through this letter, it is a piece of paper that has been folded in half. A lot of the text seems jumbled, so from that you can assume that it's written on both sides of the letter are written on.
The text, can I see what language it is written in? As in, is it one I can understand?
Do you speak magical fish people language? Alagothu?
Classic.
I do not.
Then no, you cannot read it. It is not Alathic, it is something else.
Oh, okay, my bad, sorry.
It is a different magical fish person language. There is like 4.
Damn.
Pathfinder stuff.
No. Yeah, Fable will set it down. And with the box, there's nothing magical in it.
It seems like a little bit weighty for a box, but it's just a 1 foot by 1 foot box. Wrapped in like parchment paper with a string tied around it to hold it all together.
Give me 1 second. What happens when I shake the box a little bit? Does it sound like it's metallic? Like, does it sound like coins are jingling? A liquid? What does it sound like?
There is a little bit of rattling in there, but it is definitely not sort of metallic. It's not wooden either. It's this sort of weird, not meaty, sort of in between meaty and wooden. Sort of these little thuds that as something small and square seems to be rolling around inside this box.
All right.
Hmm.
I am going to do something. I just want to look at this item to see if I can do it what I think I want to do.
Tell me what you'd like to do, and I'll tell you if you feel like you
I
can do that
have the
item.
oil of mending. Specifically I have oil of mending.
Okay, and what would you like to do with that?
So a vial of oil of mending appears to have countless translucent threads swirling within. Applying this oil to an item casts a mending spell. You repair the target item, you restore 5 hit points per spell link to the target, potentially removing the broken condition. If this repairs it past the item's broken threshold, you can't replace lost pieces or repair an object that's been completely destroyed. I want to, because there's a string to it, I want to see if I can rip a hole on the side, not undo the way it's packaged, but rip a hole on the side of this, and then mend it back together after it's been opened to make it look like it has not been tampered with.
That will require a physical check.
That sounds extremely risky.
And you do feel like this, whatever's inside this box, could be problematic put back together.
Well, it's more so I just want to peek inside the box to see what it is, and then mend the box itself and the paper back to normal.
Yes, you can attempt to do that if you'd like.
Yeah, Fable's going to tell this to everyone to see if they're okay with this, instead of just doing it half-assedly.
You are still stood in the middle of the hallway just outside of his bedroom.
Okay, well, I want to ask everyone when we get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, we should get the fuck out of here as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Lovely. So you all walk through. Do you walk out the door to go to your bike?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lovely. So you walk through this corridor, you come downstairs, and on the stage where was once this wizard is now just a single wandering minstrel with this guy's fully dressed,
Oh, we.
sat on a stool. He's got a guitar and a handful of other musical instruments strewn across the floor, and he's just kind of singing folk songs.
Okay.
I hum along with him.
These are quite upbeat folk songs. They all seem to be human, but you've heard human folk songs before from places you've been and people you've seen. And they're all quite upbeat. The bartenders are different people. The muscular, tall merfolk in the middle is not there. There just
Great.
seems to be one bartender, this this other merfolk woman. And there seems to be most of the people have gone home. There are a few patrons dotted around on these seats that mostly seem to be eating or drinking and just sort of quietly chatting and sat around. And then you see the four people you saw that introduced you to this crazy world sat around a table eating eggs, like eggs and bacon and sausages, having a nice breakfast.
Okay.
And yeah, you travel through, and unless you stop to speak to anyone, you just travel through, go to the changing rooms, you're given your armor, whatever you wish to carry on for the day, whether you want to take all of your kit or just part of your kit.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much all my kit.
Yeah, Fable's taking all her
Not
shit.
gonna leave it in this hive of scum and villainy.
What makes you think it's such a horrific place, other than all the horrific people in it?
Wow.
Yes, then once you've got all your gear together, you leave and you get to your bikes outside.
Lovely.
Do you all think we should do this plan of opening it?
No. Sounds like an awful idea.
Things considered, don't want to risk anything too early, especially since we appear to be in his good graces.
But
You've told us this is a terrifying creature. It sounds like a bad idea to piss it off.
I agree.
but what if this thing is something harsh, something bad?
That is a risk we have to take.
But what if we don't? What if we can know for sure?
Yeah, but what if it results in us getting killed? Can't fix.
Or worse.
Yeah.
Nico?
Yeah, it was Nico. She came walking up to the mic and I picked her up and she started to meow. Hey, go. That's. I love you. Be a good girl. I'm. Ow. Ow.
Meow.
I'm trying to hold you. I know you don't want to be
Oh,
held
no.
right now. If you guys don't think we should do it, I won't.
I think we should, personally, and then be done with it.
hmm
we could pissing off 2 gangs at once, but if that's what we all think, let's do it.
So the consensus is do or don't open the package.
Open the package.
I say don't open it.
Okay. I think the
Seconded.
consensus is don't. Yeah, then it's just Leilu for opening it. Not Leilu, Fable.
Yeah. Fable won't open it.
That's what we thought.
So yes, you pair off into your bikes, Kane and Leilu, and Fable and Ramona, and you've been told this place is almost just directly up. And you begin to head up.
Yeah.
You're actually traveling for a very long time.
Wait,
You're
we take our bikes, right?
Yes, you
Yeah.
take.
Okay.
You are going several miles up.
Okay.
Oh wow.
This city is probably about 10 miles tall.
That's crazy.
It goes from sea level to well past the clouds. And this city is easily almost like 50 miles wide. This city is absolutely incomprehensibly huge. So you go up and you go up and you fly and you weave between these walkways and gardens, passing people. You pass regular people living their everyday lives, walking their dogs, going to work, sitting at cafes, chatting, delivery people. And as you pass a certain garden, you've been traveling for about an hour now, and as you pass a certain garden, you notice something a bit strange in this garden.
Oh god.
There is a wooden market stall set up, and in front of this wooden market stall is a man stood on a box.
Is he a familiar looking man?
He is a familiar looking
Gonna rob him
man.
again. Hell yeah.
He wears his golden tunic with yellow stitching and yellow edges. He has his pantaloons that are gold and yellow, and he has his funny jester's hat and the big cowbell he wears around his neck, and he's standing there with his arms wide, screaming, "Come one, come all."
Yeah, we're gonna drive up next to him.
Do you wish to stop?
Sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, go for it. We'll stop.
Lovely. A lot of you stop. And before you is this jester merchant, as you've seen him many times before. His big bag sat on this wooden makeshift market stall, and he stands upon this crate with a big grin on his face, his cowbell ringing softly as he moves around and gestures flamboyantly.
Hi. Do you remember us?
Ah, friends, I remember you. How can I help you?
Well, do you have anything to purchase, fair merchant?
I have all of my usual mundane goods. I have a handful of other things. I have rune papers. I have a paper for a striking rune. I have a paper for a potency rune. I also lovely merlady. I remember your requests. I have your sea cookies.
Oh. I mean,
I don't think so.
how hard is it to get fresh ones now we're in the city?
This is where I got them from. I brought them just this morning.
So you're just reselling us?
Oh, yes.
Just take
I do as a
them.
merchant. I buy things from others and sell them to those who want them.
He's being nice.
Oh.
I specifically remembered that this young lady desired sea cookies, and he pulls out this little pouch, and in this pouch is. Does everyone currently know what a shortbread is? I know the English know, but I don't
Yes.
know if shortbreads are a thing in the rest of the world.
I don't think I've ever heard it.
I'm going to.
They're very butter heavy biscuit
Biscuit.
cookie thing.
Help.
Are you okay, Snotty?
Ah, I see. Okay. I know now. I googled it.
Yeah. Snods, you good?
Yeah,
Snotty?
just slightly disoriented.
Because
So,
this jester merchant that you've seen before and you've stopped to speak to has looked to you and gone, "Young lady, I remember your request. I've brought some sea cookies for you."
Really?
Yes, and he sort of shows you this bag, and it's this like sort of canvas pouch, and in it is sea cookies, which are like this faintly ocean mist green shortbread with like sprinkles and glazing on top.
claps hands together eagerly.
Thank you.
And he just hands you the bag.
Happily takes the bag.
How much gold do I have to give you for this?
Not a thing. You were so enthusiastic. You can have them.
Truly? Oh, thank you. It's so wonderful.
Wow, what a nice, kind, honest soul you are.
Yes, well, us merchants thrive on our honesty and pleasantry. And I wouldn't let such an enthusiastic young lady go without. Yeah, you have 8 of these sea cookies.
Excuse me, but would you happen to sell tools?
Yes, I have a few sets of tools. Tools are quite important in this city. Lots of people have them and want them. What sort of tools were you looking for?
Tools for this. And she pats her bike. Also spell scrolls.
Unfortunately, I only have a single spell scroll. It is for the spell Ignition.
Don't need it, but I appreciate it.
But I do have the tools you're seeking.
Mm.
What does it say the tools are?
One is 1 gold piece. Tool long is 1 gold piece. Tool short is 4 silver pieces.
Lovely. And he pulls out a kit that seems to contain both short and long tools.
One more thing. Uh, do you happen to have a thing known as key making tools?
Key making tools? This is me as a
What are
DM
you-
asking.
What are you after those for, Bull? What are you planning to make a key of?
Nothing? I'm just curious.
Key making tools. No, I'm sorry. I only have the long and short tools, the combined set. Gold piece for them if you wish.
Oh, yes. Here,
Lovely. And he hands you this like sort of 3 feet long roll bag. So you unroll it and you're given a whole set of tools.
yeah, she'll also, once again, with her gold coin, try to slip the a magnetic coin with it.
Sure, you can slip the magnetic coin. Give me a thievery check.
Cool. Skills.
Yeah, can we roll to perceive Fable stealing from this man again?
If you wish to, you can make a
Cool.
perception roll to watch Fable exchange
28.
gold. 28, lovely. He doesn't seem to notice.
19
You just
plus
sort of
9.
He sort of uses one hand to open the pouch as he looks away to grab the roll of tools, almost gesturing to let you just drop the coin in the pouch.
None of you know about this coin. That's it. Fable has never
No,
mentioned
it's-
this coin.
No. But on a natural 20 plus 10 for my perception, do I have a floating coin and Fable's concentrating face?
You
No.
do see that Fable is handing over more than the single coin the man's asked for. But that's all you see.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, that's
she's
not that much information.
No. Fable
Okay.
did really well on her feathery check.
Fable, you seem to be giving the wrong change.
Oh, he's a good man. Always helping
I guess
out.
that's fair enough. Give us free cookies.
Thank you graciously. And yeah, he hands you this roll of tools. It's got like a shoulder strap on it, so you can sort of sling it across your back.
Yeah.
And you, madame, you seem to be a rather skilled archer.
I would love your striking rune, but I don't think I've got the money to purchase it at the moment, unfortunately.
I'll
No,
buy it
this
for
was
you.
not. This was not about the striking rune. I wish to offer you this, and he pulls an arrow out of his sort of bag, and it seems to be another raging arrow.
Okay. What is it?
It is a magical arrow. It sends your opponents into a blind rage, making them attack their allies around them.
Oh, that's somewhat useful.
It is great for sowing chaos in large battlefields.
Is that the arrow you used to make the man
mm,
angry at you and he started to hit you harder?
Well, he didn't go for his allies. He just went straight for me. No, what might be useful is the striking rune more so. How much are you charging for that?
What is? Give me a second. He looks at you, Kane, and this jester of a man with a cowbell around his neck and his bobbly hat making all these ringing noises as he swings around. You, sir, I don't believe we've met.
Oh yes, I am a new addition to the party. You would say.
You travel with wonderful company. Can I interest you in anything I may have to sell?
Oh yes, I actually have a question. Do you have any boots?
Boots?
Yes.
I have 2 pairs of boots. Give me but a moment. He is willing to sell the striking rune for 60 gold, which is 5 gold below its usual asking price.
I might actually afford that then.
One
I
more
will buy
thing.
that striking rune if that's all right.
Lovely. Pay for it.
Yeah.
My good sir, do you happen to have any access to lances or spears, or something to improve upon one?
I have a potency rune. Your friend has just purchased my only striking rune, unfortunately. But I still have the potency rune. I also have access to. I can offer you 2 spears.
I think I lost a couple of my spears. How much would it be to take these spears and that rune?
So the rune is 30 gold, I believe. That's a 35 minus 5. And the 2 spears, for the pair of them. Let me just think.
How'd you stop it?
No, no. What's the word I'm looking for? For the power of them, a silver piece. For the power of the spears, and the potency rune is 30 gold.
She just counts, does some math. She proceeds to give him 32 gold.
How much gold did you give him? Sorry,
32. I don't have any silver.
32. That's no worries. In fact, and he hands you the 2 gold pieces back. The spears are for being such wonderful customers. I
Happy
do, for you, sir, have. And he pulls out a pair of rather elegant looking boots. You recognize these boots? These are boots of elven kind.
Ooh.
These are one of
So,
my pricier items for 140 gold.
what's special about them?
He describes in great detail that once per day you can activate them, and until the end of your turn you ignore difficult terrain while moving on ground.
Interesting.
That is,
Uh,
no, sorry, it does more than that. It also gives you a +1 to your acrobatics, and it does so +1 to your acrobatics. And once, oh no, it's once per hour you can activate them, and then till the end of your next turn, you ignore difficult terrain.
I
That's not
see.
bad.
I see. So it's like I am using the app. It doesn't have the boots of Elvenkind, but it has arboreal boots. Basically the same thing, but it's not
Yeah.
activated.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think that's the same thing. It's
it
just
is. Elvenkind is the legacy.
yeah,
Yeah.
they've had to change the names for a load of things for copyright reasons.
Oh yeah, I see. I see. I see.
So I can offer
Uh,
you those, or I also have access to. These are significantly more expensive. The boots of speed, and he pulls out another pair of boots. These are incredibly expensive. These are 2,500.
Oh,
ooh.
Uh,
Again, what's special about them?
these sleek red boots, when worn, they improve your movement speed by 5 feet. They give you an additional 5 feet to climb, swim, and any other speeds. So it's basically a +5 to all of your movement.
I see.
damn.
You can also activate them once per day doing a stomp. The stomp allows you to slide, climb, or swim as a free action.
I see. Yeah. Okay, I found it. That's very expensive. I don't really have the money right now. And for the arboreal boots, I am short of 30 gold. So,
For so I'll tell you what, for a customer like you,
Well, I've got some things I'd like to sell to you. If I just offload a whole bunch of things that I have that I really don't want anymore, could we get that money off? And I'm going to hand him the 16 breastplates I am.
oh, you seem to be a woman of collecting. These are all very exquisite.
No wonder why
I also
Bike
have
went so
a
slow.
rock shaped a bit like a bird skull, if that's of any value.
What's the value of each of these chess pieces?
Um, I just deleted them, so I've got to look them back up.
Of course you did.
The value of each one of these is 8 gold pieces.
Lovely.
So
because you're trying to offload so many of them, he is willing to give you 5 gold pieces per.
I'm happy to just have the money off.
You just wish to take the money off of the price of the boots for your friend?
That will be fine.
Lovely. Then you may take, how many chess pieces did you have?
It's like 16.
Fuck, how much is 8 times 16? Come on, brain. This shouldn't be hard.
54 plus 80, so 134.
Yeah.
134. That's how much gold it should take off.
Yeah, that's it at full price, but
Yeah, he'll only give you. He'll only take 5 gold off for each.
so that puts it what 70ish? No, 80ish, 80 gold.
Yes, he is willing to drop the price of those boots by 80 gold.
So it goes from 100
It
to
goes.
20.
It goes from 140 down.
Ah, okay.
He is only willing to take that off of the original price, not the special price he offered you.
Perfect. That's enough. So I hand him 60 gold.
Lovely. You hand him 60 gold and he drops it into his pouch and says, "Lovely doing business with such a lovely group of people. Is there anything else I can interest you in?"
Do you happen to have a mage hat?
As in a magical hat or just like a floppy wizard hat?
Well, I want a mage hat that looks like my aviator hat. Or my headband.
He looks at you and he kind of goes, "Oh, I might have something similar to that aviator cap of yours." And he reaches into his bag and he shuffles and shuffles and shuffles and shuffles and pulls out an aviator hat that's got a set of goggles attached to it. They are only mundane, so let's say a silver piece.
Oh, alright. She hands him a silver piece.
Thank you very much. And he drops it into his pouch. I say, what happened to the goblins you were with?
They were supposed to meet us at the tavern. They never showed up, so I believe they're somewhere lost in the city.
Oh, that's a shame. Although a city this big, you can stay lost for months.
If you see them, let them know I miss them.
I'm sure if I see them, I shall point them in your direction, wherever that direction may be.
Then the Naked Mermaid.
The Naked Mermaid. I have never heard of that place. I have been here for less than a day.
Lovely. Well,
I rocked up here.
down.
I walked about 10 minutes into the city, and I built my little stall, and it has been very successful.
Down.
Down. I shall tell them to go down then. That is fine. Unless anyone else wants to buy anything, he goes back to sort of gesturing grandly and shouting into the crowds. And every so often, someone will sort of wander over and speak to him a little, but
He didn't have a mage hat. Fuck. Alright.
Would you all like to try these sea cookies?
I would, actually. I'm curious
Yes.
about how they taste.
She will give you each like one. Maybe give you one base that has like a different shape of it. So like, okay, let me think here. Wait, DM, are these like shaped or are they just the same shape?
they are like starfish shaped.
Oh, that's cute. Yeah, she will give you each one.
And you are
Including
given
Leo.
this faintly sea green star shaped shortbread with a bit of sugar icing on top and some sprinkles.
I just realized, where's Festus?
Well, with me the whole time.
Oh, well, she'll give him one too.
Yeah, unless specifically told, your pets just kind of follow you up your ass.
Yeah. I'm not. I think I look at Festus and I'm going to stop him eating the cookie now. I'm not sure sugar is very good for this carrion bird.
Festus attempts to eat the thing whole. Just straight up try, and the edges get caught on his mouth, and he's trying to like bite at it, but and you're watching this. You're watching your highly trained killing machine struggle to eat shortbread.
Fine.
He gets
You'll
there
have-
eventually, but it takes a lot of chewing.
What does the
And
shortbread
yes.
taste like?
It is quite
Butter, sugar, and flour.
yeah, it's like, I believe in America they're called loft cookies.
Loft cookies?
They're just called biscuits, man. They're just. Oh wait, no, wrong thing. No,
They're like the chalky loft cookies.
I've been talking to you British people for so long that I'm just starting to use British terms. No,
They're colonizing you.
uh, I'm being colonized right now. No,
Damn it.
no, yeah, I mean, like, are they? Is there like an extra flavor to them? I guess is the best way to say it.
They're quite sweet, and they taste a bit like, they almost have this sort of sea salt flavor to them. But they're still quite sweet, and with the icing and the sprinkles, it's only a very slight hint of this ocean sea salt. Leilu, to you, these cookies taste like home.
Aw.
But
She's just pretty.
everyone else, these sort of like just vaguely sweet, crumbly treats with a little bit of sea salt to them. And does everyone wish to adorn their bikes once more?
Yeah.
Lovely. You get back on the bikes and you continue upwards. Again, you weave between these buildings, through these towers, around these paths and gardens, passing people, and then it's almost another hour of travel before you finally reach a point where the buildings are beginning to get sparser. Not all of the buildings come this high, but a lot of them do. And you're now left with a lot more open space and a lot fewer bridges and gardens. And then you see, where is our Discord conversation? Because I sent all the pictures to you.
Oh.
Copy image. You then see a sort of building with a wide open front that looks like it's a landing area, and above the building is this painted mural of this painted mural of this creature.
Sorry, hi.
Hello, you've been traveling up into the
I
sky
don't know what it
and you
is,
finally
but it
reach.
looks like I have to burn it.
The picture's taking too long to load.
Try harder.
Oh my lord.
That is I can't remember how I wrote it. Blood has found.
Okay.
Hound. Okay.
That is an interesting looking Fluster's hound.
That's the building you've been asked for, and you see this big open landing space. And as you pull down into this landing space, you see a handful of bikes and a handful of people working on these bikes, and that is where the session's going to end.
Lovely. What a